Roughing It Deluxe ***** Roughing It Deluxe by Irvin S. Cobb. By common consent we had named them Clarence and Clarice. By common consent we had named them Clarence and Clarice. Roughing It Deluxe by Irvin S. Cobb, author of Back Home, The Escape of Mr. Trim, Cobb's Anatomy, Cobb's Bill of Fare, etc. Illustrated by John T. McCutcheon, Mark, New York, George H. Doran Company. Copyright 1913 by the Curtis Publishing Company. Copyright 1914 by George H. Doran Company. To George H. Doran, Esquire, my friend and still my publisher and still my friend. The timetable page. A pilgrim canonized 15. Rabbit and his friends 55. How do you like the climate 97. In the haunt of the native sun 135. Looking for low 175. Illustrations page. By common consent we had named them Clarence and Clarice. Frontispiece. Evidently he believed the conspiracy against him was widespread. 21. There was not a turkey trotter in the bunch. 35. He'd garner in some fellows that wasn't sheep herders. 61. Because a man has a soul is no reason he shouldn't have an appetite. 73. He was a regular moving picture cowboy and gave general satisfaction. 87. The boy who sells you a paper and the youth who blackens your shoes both show solicitude. 101. Out from under a rock somewhere will crawl a real estate agent. 115. He felt that he was properly dressed for the time, the place and the occasion. 127. Even the place where the turkey trot originated was trotless and quiet. 143. The woman nearest the wall has on her furs. It is always cool in the shade. 155. It's a great thing out there to be a native son. 169. Each Navajo squaw weaves on an average 9,000 blankets a year. 179. As she leveled the lens a yell went up from somewhere. 193. As the occupants spilled sprawlingly through the gap, a front tire exploded with a loud report. 207. A pilgrim canonized 13. A pilgrim canonized. It is generally conceded that the Grand Canon of Arizona beggars description. I shall therefore endeavor to refrain from doing so. I realize that this is going to be a considerable contract. Nearly everybody, on taking a first look at the Grand Canon, comes right out and admits its wonders are absolutely indescribable, and then proceeds to write anywhere from 2,000 to 50,000 words, giving the full details. Speaking personally, I wish to say that I do not know anybody who has yet succeeded in getting away with the job. In the old days when he was doing the literature for the Barnum Show, Toady Hamilton would have made the best nominee I can think of. Remember, don't you, how when Toady started in to write about the elephant quadrille you had to turn over to the next page to find the verb? And almost any one of those young fellows who write advertising folders for the railroads would gladly tackle the assignment. In fact, some of them already have, but not with any tumultuous success. In the presence of the Grand Canon, language just simply fails you and all the parts of speech go dead lame. When the Creator made it, he failed to make a word to cover it. To that extent the thing is incomplete. If ever I run across a person who can put down on paper what the Grand Canon looks like, that party will be my choice to do the story when the crack of doom occurs. I can close my eyes now and see the headlines: Judgment Day a complete success. replete with incident and abounding in surprises, many wealthy families disappointed. Full particulars from our special correspondent on the spot. Starting out from Chicago on the Santa Fe, we had a full train load. We came from everywhere, from peaceful New England towns full of elm trees and old-line Republicans, from the Middle States, and from the land of chewing tobacco, prominent Adam's apples and hot biscuits, down where the R is silent, as in no THC Alina. And all of us, Northerners, Southerners, Easterners alike, were actuated by a common purpose. We were going west to see the country and rough it on overland trains better equipped and more luxurious than any to be found in the East, rough it at $10 a day hotels. Rough it by touring car over the most magnificent automobile roads to be found on this continent. We were a daring lot and resolute. Each and every one of us was brave and blithe to endure the privations that such an expedition must inevitably entail. Let the worst come, we were prepared. If there wasn't any of the hothouse lamb, with imported green peas, left, we'd worry along on a little bit of the fresh shad roe, and a few conservatory cucumbers on the side. That's the kind of hardy adventurers we were. Conspicuous among us was a distinguished surgeon of Chicago, in fact, so distinguished that he has had a very rare and expensive disease named for him, which is as distinguished as a physician ever gets to be in this country. Abroad he would be decorated or knighted. Here we name something painful after him and it seems to fill the bill just as well. This surgeon was very distinguished and also very exclusive. After you scaled down from him, riding in solitary splendor in his drawing room, with kit bags full of symptoms and diagnoses scattered round, we became a mixed tourist outfit. I would not want to say that any of the persons on our train were impossible, because that sounds snobbish, but I will say this, some of them were highly improbable. There was the bride, who put on her automobile goggles and her automobile veil as soon as we pulled out of the Chicago yards and never took them off again, except possibly when sleeping. I presume she wanted to show the rest of us that she was accustomed to traveling at a high rate of speed. If the bridegroom had only bethought him to carry one of those siren horns under his arm, and had tooted it whenever we went around a curve, the illusion would have been complete. There was also the middle-aged lady with the camera habit. Any time the train stopped, or any time it behaved as though it thought of stopping, out on the platform would pop this lady, armed with her little accordion-plaited camera, with the lens focused and the little atomizer bulb dangling down, all ready to take a few pictures. She snapshotted water tanks, whistling posts, lunch stands, section houses, grade crossings and holes in the snowshade, also scenery, people and climate. A 2x4 photograph of a mountain that's a mile high must be a most splendid reminder of the beauties of nature to take home with you from a trip. There was the conversational youth in the Norfolk jacket, who was going out west to fill an important vacancy in a large business house. He told us so himself. It was a good selection, too. If I had a vacancy that I wanted filled in such a way that other people would think the vacancy was still there, this youth would have been my candidate. Evidently he believed the conspiracy against him was widespread. Evidently he believed the conspiracy against him was widespread. And finally there was the corn doctor from a town somewhere in Indiana, who had the upper berth in number 10. It seemed to take a load off his mind, on the second morning out, when he learned that he would not have to spend the day up there, but could come down and mingle with the rest of us on a common footing. But right up to the finish of the journey he was uncertain on one or two other points. Every time a conductor came through, Pullman conductor, train conductor or dining car conductor, he would hail him and ask him this question: do I or do I not have to change at Williams for the Grand Canyon? The conductor, whichever conductor it was, always said, yes, he would have to change at Williams. But he kept asking them. He seemed to regard a conductor as a functionary who would deliberately go out of his way to mislead a passenger in regard to an important matter of this kind. After a while the conductors took to hiding out from him, and then he began cross-examining the porters, and the smoking room attendant, and the baggageman, and the flagman, and the passengers who got aboard down the line in Colorado and New Mexico. At breakfast in the dining car you would hear his plaintive, patient voice lifted. Yes, waiter, he would say, fry 'em on both sides, please. And say, waiter, do you know for sure whether we change at Williams for the Grand Canyon? He put a world of entreaty into it. Evidently he believed the conspiracy against him was widespread. At Albuquerque I saw him leading off on one side a Pueblo Indian who was peddling bows and arrows, and heard him ask the Indian, as man to man, if he would have to change at Williams for the Grand Canyon. When he was not worrying about changing at Williams, he showed anxiety upon the subject of the proper clothes to be worn while looking at the Grand Canyon. Among others, he asked me about it. I could not help him. I had decided to drop in just as I was, and then to be governed by circumstances as they might arise. But he was not organized that way. On the morning of the last day, as we rolled up through the pine barrens of northern Arizona toward our destination, those of us who had risen early became aware of a terrific struggle going on behind the shrouding draperies of that upper berth of his. Convulsive spasms agitated the green curtains. Muffled swear words uttered in a low but fervent tone filtered down to us. Every few seconds a leg or an arm or a head, or the butt end of a suitcase, or the bulge of a valise, would show through the curtains for a moment, only to be abruptly snatched back. Speculation concerning the causes of these strange manifestations ran, as the novelists say, rife. Some thought that, overcome with disappointment by the discovery that we had changed at Williams in the middle of the night, without his knowing anything about it, he was having a fit all alone up there. Presently the excitement abated, and then, after having first lowered his baggage, our friend descended to the aisle and the mystery was explained. He had solved the question of what to wear while gazing at the Grand Canyon. He was dressed in a new golf suit, complete, from the dinky cap to the Scotch plaid stockings. If ever that man visits Niagara, I should dearly love to be on hand to see him when he comes out to view the falls, wearing his bathing suit. Some of us aboard that train did not seem to care deeply for the desert. The cactus possibly disappointed others, and the mesquite failed to give general satisfaction, though at a conservative estimate we passed through 9 million miles of it. A few of the delegates from the eastern seaboard appeared to be irked by the tribal dancing of the Hopi Indians, for there was not a turkey trotter in the bunch, the Indian settlements of Arizona being the only Terpsichorean centers in this country to which the Young Turk movement had not penetrated yet. Some objected to the plains because they were so flat and plain-like, and some to the mountains because of their exceedingly mountainous aspect, but on one point we all agreed, on the uniform excellence of the dining car service. It is a powerfully hard thing for a man to project his personality across the grave. In making their wills and providing for the carrying on of their pet enterprises, a number of our richest men have endeavored from time to time to disprove this, but, to date, the percentage of successes has not been large. So far as most of us are concerned, the burden of proof shows that in this regard we are one with the famous little dog whose name was Rover. When we die all over. Every big success represents the personality of a living man, rarely ever does it represent the personality of a dead man. The original Fred Harvey is dead, has been dead, in fact, for several years, but his spirit goes marching on across the southwestern half of this country. 2,000 miles from salt water, the oysters that are served on his dining cars do not seem to be suffering from car sickness. And you can get a beefsteak measuring 18 inches from tip to tip. There are spring chickens with the most magnificent bust development I ever saw outside of a burlesque show, and the eggs taste as though they might have originated with a hen instead of a cold storage vault. If there was only a cabaret show going up and down the middle of the car during meals, even the New York passengers would be satisfied with the service, I think. There is another detail of the Harvey system that makes you wonder. Out on the desert, in a dead gray expanse of silence and sagebrush, your train halts at a junction point that you never even heard of before. There is not much to be seen, a depot, adobe cabin or so, a few frame shacks, a few natives, a few Indians and a few incurably languid Mexicans, and that is positively all there is, except that, right out there in the middle of nowhere, stands a hotel big enough and handsome enough for Chicago or New York, built in the Spanish style, with wide patios and pergolas, where 100 persons might perk at one time, and gay striped awnings. It is flanked by flower beds and refreshingly green strips of lawn, with spouting fountains scattered about. You go inside to a big, spotlessly bright dining room and get as good a meal as you can get anywhere on earth, and served in as good style, too. To the man fresh from the East, such an establishment reminds him vividly of the hurry-up railroad lunch places to which he has been accustomed back home. Places where the donuts are Dornicks and the pickles are fossils, and the hard-boiled egg got up out of a sick bed to be there, and on the pallid yellow surface of the official pie a couple of 100 flies are enacting custard's last stand. It reminds him of them because it is so different. Between Kansas City and the coast there are a dozen or more of these hotels scattered along the line. And so, with real food to stay you and one of Tuskegee's bright, straw-colored graduates to minister to your wants in the sleeper. You come on the morning of the third day to the Grand Canyon in northern Arizona. You take one look, and instantly you lose all your former standards of comparison. You stand there gazing down the raw, red gullet of that great gosh-awful gorge, and you feel your self-importance shriveling up to nothing inside of you. You haven't an adjective left to your back. It makes you realize what the sensations would be of one little microbe lost inside of Barnum's fat lady. I think my preconceived conception of the canon was the same conception most people have before they come to see it for themselves, a straight up and down slit in the earth, fabulously steep and fabulously deep, nevertheless merely a slit. It is no such thing. Imagine, if you can, a monster of a hollow approximately some hundreds of miles long and a mile deep, and anywhere from 10 to 16 miles wide, with a mountain range, the most wonderful mountain range in the world, planted in it, so that, viewing the spectacle from above, you get the illusion of being in a stationary airship, anchored up among the clouds. Imagine these mountain peaks, hundreds upon hundreds of them, rising one behind the other, stretching away in endless, serried rank until the eye swims and the mind staggers at the task of trying to count them. Imagine them splashed and splattered over with all the earthly colors you ever saw and a lot of unearthly colors you never saw before. Imagine them carved and fretted and scrolled into all shapes, tabernacles, pyramids, battleships, obelisks, Moorish palaces. The Moorish suggestion is especially pronounced both in colorings and in shapes, monuments, minarets, temples, turrets, castles, spires, domes, tents, teepees, wigwams, shafts. Imagine other ravines opening from the main one, all nuzzling their mouths in her flanks like so many sucking pigs, for there are hundreds of these lesser canyons, and any one of them would be a marvel were they not dwarfed into relative puniness by the mother of the litter. Imagine walls that rise sheer and awful as the wrath of God, and at their base holes where you might hide all the 7 wonders of the olden world and never know they were there, or miss them either. Imagine a trail that winds like a snake and climbs like a goat and soars like a bird, and finally bores like a worm and is gone. Imagine a great cloud shadow cruising along from point to point, growing smaller and smaller still, until it seems no more than a shifting purple bruise upon the cheek of a mountain, and then, as you watch it, losing itself in a tiny rift which at that distance looks like a wrinkle in the seamed face of an old squaw, but which is probably a huge gash gored into the solid rock for 1,000 feet of depth and more than 1,000 feet of width. Imagine, way down there at the bottom, a stream visible only at certain favored points because of the mighty intervening ribs and chines of rock, a stream that appears to you as a torpidly crawling yellow worm, its wrinkling back spangled with tarnished white specks, but which is really a wide, deep, brawling, rushing river, the Colorado, full of torrents and rapids, and those white specks you see are the tops of enormous rocks in its bed. Imagine, if it be winter, snowdrifts above, with desert flowers blooming alongside the drifts, and down below great stretches of green verdure, Imagine 2 or 3 separate snowstorms visibly raging at different points, with clear, bright stretches of distance intervening between them, and nearer maybe a splendid rainbow arching downward into the great void, for these meteorological three-ring circuses are not uncommon at certain seasons. Imagine all this spread out beneath the unflawed turquoise of the Arizona sky and washed in the liquid gold of the Arizona sunshine, and if you imagine hard enough and keep it up long enough, you may begin, in the course of 8 or 10 years, to have a very faint and shadowy conception of this spot where the shamed scheme of creation is turned upside down and the very womb of the world is laid bare before our impious eyes. Then go to Arizona and see it all for yourself, and you will realize what an entirely inadequate and deficient thing the human imagination is. It is customary for the newly arrived visitor to take a ride along the edge of the canyon, the Rim Drive, it is called, with stops at Hopi Point and Mojave Point and Pima Point, and other points where the views are supposed to be particularly good. To do this you get into a smart coach drawn by horses and driven by a competent young man in a khaki uniform. Leaving behind you a clutter of hotel buildings and station buildings, bungalows and tents, you go winding away through a government forest reserve containing much fine standing timber and plenty more that is not so fine, it being mainly stunted pinon and gnarly desert growths. Presently the road, which is a fine, wide, macadamized road, skirts out of the trees and threads along the canyon until it comes to a rocky flange that juts far over. You climb out there and, instinctively treading lightly on your tiptoes and breathing in syncopated breaths, you steal across the ledge, going slowly and carefully until you pause finally upon the very eyelashes of eternity and look down into that great inverted muffin mold of a canyon. You are at the absolute jumping-off place. There is nothing between you and the Undertaker except 6,000 feet, more or less, of dazzling Arizona climate. Below you, beyond you, stretching both ways from you, lie those buried mountains, the eternal herds of the Lord's cattle fold. There are scars upon their sides, like the marks of a mighty branding iron, and in the distance, viewed through the vapor waves of melting snow, their sides seem to heave up and down like the flanks of panting cattle. Half a mile under you, straight as a man can spit, are gardens of willows and grasses and flowers, looking like tiny green patches, and the tents of a camp looking like scattered playing cards, and there is a plateau down there that appears to be as flat as your hand and is seemingly no larger, but actually is of a size sufficient for the evolutions of a brigade of cavalry. There was not a turkey trotter in the bunch. There was not a turkey trotter in the bunch. When you have had your fill of this, the guide takes you and leads you, you still stepping lightly to avoid starting anything, to a spot from which he points out to you, riven into the face of a vast perpendicular chasm above a cave like a monstrous door, a tremendous and perfect figure 7. The house number of the Almighty Himself. By this I mean no irreverence. If ever Jehovah chose an earthly abiding place, surely this place of awful, unutterable majesty would be it. You move a few yards farther along and instantly the 7 is gone. The shift of shadow upon the rock wall has wiped it out and obliterated it. But you do not mourn the loss, because there are still upward of 1,000,000 things for you to look at. And then, if you have timed wisely the hour of your coming, the sun pretty soon goes down, and as it sinks lower and lower out of titanic crannies come the thickening shades, making new plays and tricks of painted colors upon the walls, purples and reds and golds and blues, ambers and umbers and opals and ochres, yellows and tans and tawny and browns, and the cannon fills to its very brim with the silence of oncoming night. You stand there, stricken dumb, your whole being dwarfed yet transfigured, and in the glory of that moment you can even forget the gabble of the lady tourist alongside of you who, after searching her soul for the right words, comes right out and gives the Grand Canon her cordial endorsement. She pronounces it to be just perfectly lovely. But I said at the outset I was not going to undertake to describe the Grand Canon, and I'm not. These few remarks were practically jolted out of me and should not be made to count in the total score. Having seen the canon, or a little bit of it, from the top, the next thing to do is to go down into it and view it from the sides and the bottom. Most of the visitors follow the bright angel trail which is handily nearby and has an assuring name. There are only two ways to do the inside of the Grand Canon, afoot and on muleback. El Tovar Hotel provides the necessary regalia, if you have not come prepared, divided skirts for the women and leggings for the men, a mule apiece and a guide to every party of 6 or 8. At the start there is always a lot of nervous chatter, airy persiflage flies to and fro and much laughing is indulged in. But it has a forced, strained sound, that laughter has, it does not come from the heart being otherwise engaged for the moment. Down a winding footpath moves the procession, with the guide in front, and behind him in single file his string of pilgrims, all as nervous as cats and some holding to their saddle pummels with death grips. Just under the first terrace a halt is made while the official photographer takes a picture, and when you get back he has your finished copy ready for you, so you can see for yourself just how pale and haggard and wall-eyed and how much like a typhoid patient you looked. The parade moves on. All at once you notice that the person immediately ahead of you has apparently ridden right over the wall of the cannon. A moment ago his arched back loomed before you, now he is utterly gone. It is at this point that some tourists tender their resignations, to take effect immediately. To the credit of the sex, be it said, the statistics show that fewer women quit here than men. But nearly always there is some man who remembers where he left his umbrella or something, and he goes back after it and forgets to return. In our crowd there was one person who left us here. He was a circular person, about 40% of him, I should say, rhymed with jelly. He climbed right down off his mule. He said, "I'm not scared myself, you understand, but I've just recalled that my wife is a nervous woman. She'd have a fit if she knew I was taking this trip. I love my wife, and for her sake I will not go down this cannon, dearly as I would love to." And with that he headed for the hotel. I wanted to go with him. I wanted to go along with him and comfort him and help him have his chill, and if necessary send a telegram for him to his wife. She was in Pittsburgh, telling her that all was well. But I did not. I kept on. I have been trying to figure out ever since whether this showed courage on my part, or cowardice. Over the ridge and down the steep declivity beyond goes your mule, slipping a little. He is reared back until his rump almost brushes the trail. He grunts mild protests at every lurching step and grips his shoe calks into the half-frozen path. You reflect that thousands of persons have already done this thing, that thousands of others, men, women and children, are going to do it, and that no serious accident has yet occurred, which is some comfort, but not much. The thought comes to you that, after all, it is a very bright and beautiful world you are leaving behind. You turn your head to give it a long, lingering farewell, and you try to put your mind on something cheerful, such as your life insurance. Then something happens. The trail, that has been slanting at a downward angle which is a trifle steeper than a ship's ladder, but not quite so steep perhaps as a board fence, takes an abrupt turn to the right. You duck your head and go through a little tunnel in the rock, patterned on the same general design of the needle's eye that is going to give so many of our prominent captains of industry trouble in the hereafter. And as you emerge on the lower side you forget all about your life insurance papers and freeze to your pommel with both hands, and cram your poor cold feet into the stirrups. Even in warm weather they'll be good and cold, and all your vital organs come up in your throat, where you can taste them. If anybody had shot me through the middle just about then he would have inflicted only a flesh wound. You have come out on a place where the trail clings to the sheer side of the dizziest, deepest chasm in the known world. One of your legs is scraping against the everlasting granite, the other is dangling over half a mile of fresh mountain air. The mule's off hind hoof grates and grinds on the flinty trail, dislodging a fair-sized stone that flops over the verge. You try to look down and see where it is going and find you haven't the nerve to do it, but you can hear it falling from one narrow ledge to another, picking up other boulders as it goes until there must be a fair-sized little avalanche of them cascading down. The sound of their roaring, racketing passage grows fainter and fainter, then dies almost out. And then there rises up to you from those unutterable depths a dull, thuddy little sound. Those stones have reached the cellar. Then to you there comes the pleasing reflection that if your mule slipped and you fell off and were dashed to fragments, they would not be large, mussy, irregular fragments, but little teeny-weeny fragments, such as would not bring the blush of modesty to the cheek of the most fastidious. Only your mule never slips off. It is contrary to a mule's religion and politics, and all his traditions and precedents, to slip off. He may slide a little and stumble once in a while, and he may, with malice aforethought, try to scrape you off against the oututting shoulders of the trail, but he positively will not slip off. It is not because he is interested in you. A tourist on the cannon's rim, a simple tourist is to him and nothing more, but he has no intention of getting himself hurt. Instinct has taught that mule it would be to him a highly painful experience to fall a couple of 1,000 feet or so and light on a pile of rocks, and therefore, through motives that are purely selfish, he studiously refrains from so doing. When the prophet of old wrote, "How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him," and so on, I judge he had reference to a mule on a narrow trail. My mule had one very disconcerting way about him, or, rather, about her, for she was of the gentler sex. When she came to a particularly scary spot, which was every minute or so, she would stop dead still. I concurred in that part of it heartily. But then she would face outward and crane her neck over the fathomless void of that bottomless pit, and for a space of moments would gaze steadily downward, with a despondent droop of her fiddle-shaped head and a suicidal gleam in her mournful eyes. It worried me no little, and if I had known, at the time, that she had a German name it would have worried me even more, I guess. But either the time was not ripe for the rash act or else she abhorred the thought of being found dead in the company of a mere tourist, so she did not leap off into space, but restrained herself, and I was very grateful to her for it. It made a bond of sympathy between us. On you go, winding on down past the red limestone and the yellow limestone and the blue sandstone, which is green generally, past huge bat caves and the big nests of pack rats, tucked under shelves of nature's making, past stratified millions of crumbling seashells that tell to geologists the tale of the saltwater ocean that once on a time, when the world was young and callow, filled this whole brim full, and presently, when you have begun to piece together the tattered fringes of your nerves, you realize that the canon is even more wonderful when viewed from within than it is when viewed from without. Also, you begin to notice now that it is most extensively autographed. Apparently about every other person who came this way remarked to himself that this canon was practically completed and only needed his signature as collaborator to round it out, so he signed it and after that it was a finished job. Some of them brought down colored chalk and stencils, and marking pots, and paints and brushes, and cold chisels to work with, which must have been a lot of trouble, but was worth it. It does add so greatly to the beauty of the Grand Canon to find it spangled over with such names as you could hear paged in almost any $a-day American plan hotel. The guide pointed out a spot where one of these inspired authors climbed high up the face of a white cliff and, clinging there, carved out in letters a foot long his name, and it was one of those names that, inscribed upon a register, would instinctively cause any room clerk to reach for the key to an inside one, without bath. I regret to state that nothing happened to this person. He got down safe and sound. It was a great pity, too. By the Bright Angel Trail it is 3 hours on a mule to the plateau, where there are green summery things growing even in midwinter, and where the temperature is almost sultry, and it is an hour or so more to the riverbed, down at the very bottom. When you finally arrive there and look up you do not see how you ever got down, for the trail has magically disappeared, and you feel morally sure you are never going to get back. If your mule were not under you pensively craning his head rearward in an effort to bite your leg off, you would almost be ready to swear the whole thing was an optical illusion, a wondrous dream. Under these circumstances it is not so strange that some travelers who have been game enough until now suddenly weaken. Their nerves capsize and the grit runs out of them like sand out of an overturned pail. All over this part of Arizona they tell you the story of the lady from the southern part of the state. She was a school teacher and the story has become an epic, who went down Bright Angel one morning and did not get back until 2 o'clock the following morning, and then she came against her will in a litter borne by 2 tired guides, while 2 others walked beside her and held her hands. And she was protesting at every step that she positively could not and would not go another inch, and she was as hysterical as a tree full of chickadees. Her hat was lost, and her glasses were gone, and her hair hung down her back, and altogether she was a mournful sight to see. Likewise the natives will tell you the tale of a man who made the trip by crawling round the more sensational corners upon his hands and knees, and when he got down he took one look up to where, a sheer mile above him, the rim of the cannon showed, with the tall pine trees along its edge looking like the hairs upon a caterpillar's back. And he announced firmly that he wished he might choke if he stirred another step. Through the miraculous indulgence of a merciful providence he was down, and that was sufficient for him. He wasn't going to trifle with his luck. He would stay down until he felt good and rested, and then he would return to his home in dear old Altoona by some other route. He was very positive about it. There were 2 guides along, both of them patient and forbearing cowpunchers, and they argued with him. They pointed that there was only one suitable way for him to get out of the cannon, and that was the way by which he had got into it. "The trouble with you fellows," said the man, "is that you are too dad-blamed technical. The point is that I'm here, and here I'm going to stay." But they told him, "You can't stay here. You'd starve to death like that poor devil that some prospectors found in that gulch yonder, turned to dusty bones, with a pack rat's nest in his chest and a rock under his head. You'd just naturally starve to death." "There you go again," he said, importing these trivial foreign matters into the discussion. "Let us confine ourselves to the main issue, which is that I am not going back. This rock shall fly from its firm base as soon as he said, or words to that effect. So insisting, he sat down, putting his own firm base against the said rock, and prepared to become a permanent resident. He was a grown man and the guides were less gentle with him than they had been with the lady school teacher. They roped his arms at the elbows and hoisted him upon a mule and tied his legs together under the mule's belly, and they brought him out of there like a sack of bran. Only he made more noise than any sack of bran has ever been known to make. Coming back up out of the Grand Canyon is an even more inspiring and amazing performance than going down. But by now, anyhow, this was my experience, and they tell me it is the common experience. You are beginning to get used to the sensation of skirting along the raw and ragged verge of nothing. Narrow turns where, going down, your hair pushed your hat off, no longer affright you, you take them jauntily, almost debonairly. You feel that you are now an old mountain scaler, and your soul begins to crave for a trip with a few more thrills to the square inch in it. You get your wish. You go down Hermit Trail, which its middle name is Thrills, and there you make the acquaintance of the hydrophobic skunk. The hydrophobic skunk is a creature of such surpassing accomplishments and vivid personality that I feel he is entitled to a new chapter. The hydrophobic skunk will be continued in our next Rabbit and His Friends. 53p Rabbit and His Friends. The hydrophobic skunk resides at the extreme bottom of the Grand Canyon and, next to a Southern Republican who never asked for a federal office, is the rarest of living creatures. He is so rare that nobody ever saw him, that is, nobody except a native. I met plenty of tourists who had seen people who had seen him, but never a tourist who had seen him with his own eyes. In addition to being rare, he is highly gifted. I think almost anybody will agree with me that the common, ordinary skunk has been most richly dowered by nature. To adorn a skunk with any extra qualifications seems as great a waste of the raw material as painting the lily or gilding refined gold. He is already amply equipped for outdoor pursuits. Nobody intentionally shoves him round, everybody gives him as much room as he seems to need. He commands respect, nay, more than that, respect and veneration, wherever he goes. Joyriders never run him down and foot passengers avoid crowding him into a corner. You would think nature had done amply well by the skunk, but no, the hydrophobic skunk comes along and upsets all these calculations. Besides carrying the traveling credentials of an ordinary skunk, he is rabid in the most rabidissimous form. He is not mad just part of the time, like one's relatives by marriage, and not mad most of the time, like the old-fashioned railroad ticket agent, but mad all the time, incurably, enthusiastically and unanimously mad. He is mad and he is glad of it. We made the acquaintance of the hydrophobic skunk when we rode down Hermit Trail. The casual visitor to the Grand Canyon first of all takes the rim drive, then he essays Bright Angel Trail, which is sufficiently scary for his purposes until he gets used to it, and after that he grows more adventurous and tackles Hermit Trail, which is a marvel of corkscrew convolutions, gimleting its way down this red abdominal wound of a canyon to the very gizzard of the world. Alongside the Hermit, traveling the Bright Angel is the same as gathering the myrtles with Mary, but the civil engineers who worked out the scheme of the Hermit and made it wide and navigable for ordinary folks were bright young men. They laid a wall along its outer side all the way from the top to the bottom. Now this wall is made of loose stones racked up together without cement, and it is nowhere more than a foot or a foot and a half high. If your mule ever slipped, which he never does, or if you rolled off on your own hook, which has not happened to date, that puny little wall would hardly stop you, might not even cause you to hesitate. But some way, intervening between you and 1,000 feet or so of uninterrupted fresh air, it gives a tremendous sense of security. Life is largely a state of mind, anyhow, I reckon. As a necessary preliminary to going down Hermit Trail you take a buckboard ride of 10 miles, 10 wonderful miles. Almost immediately the road quits the rocky, bare parapet of the gorge and winds off through the noble, big forest that is a part of the government reserve. Jays that are twice as large and 3 times as vocal as the eastern variety weave blue threads in the green background of the pines, and if there is snow upon the ground its billowy white surface is crossed and crisscrossed with the dainty tracks of coyotes, and sometimes with the broad, furry marks of the wildcat's pads. The air is a blessing and the sunshine is a benediction. Away off yonder, through a break in the conifers, you see one lone and lofty peak with a cap of snow upon its top. The snow fills the deeper ravines that furrow its side downward from the summit so that at this distance it looks as though it were clutched in a vast white owl's claw, and generally there is a wispy cloud caught on it like a white shirt on a poor man's Monday wash-pole. Or, huddled together in a nest formation like so many speckled eggs, you see the clutch of little mottled mountains for which nobody seems to have a name. If these mountains were in Scotland, Sir Walter Scott and Bobby Burns would have written about them and they would be world famous, and tourists from America would come and climb their slopes, and stand upon their tops, and sop up romance through all their pores. But being in Arizona, dwarfed by the heaven-reaching ranges and groups that wall them in north, south and west, they have not even a Christian name to answer to. Anon, that is to say, at the end of those 10 miles, you come to the head of Hermit Trail. There you leave your buckboard at a way station and mount your mule. Presently you are crawling downward, like a fly on a board fence, into the depths of the chasm. You pass through rapidly succeeding graduations of geology, verdure, scenery and temperature. You ride past little sunken gardens full of wild flowers and stunty fir trees, like bits of old Japan. You climb naked red slopes crowned with the tall cactus, like old Mexico. You skirt bald, bare, blistered vistas of desolation, like old Perdition. You cross Horse Thief's Trail, which was first traced out by the moccasined feet of marauding Apaches and later was used by white outlaws fleeing northward with their stolen pony herds. You pass above the gloomy shadows of Blythe's abyss and wind beneath a great box-shaped formation of red sandstone set on a spindle rock and balancing there in dizzy space like Mohammed's coffin, and then, at the end of a mile-long jog along a natural terrace stretching itself midway between heaven and the other place, you come to the residence of Shorty, the official hermit of the Grand Canon. He'd garner in some fellows that wasn't sheep herders. He'd garner in some fellows that wasn't sheep herders. Shorty is a little, gentle old man, with warped legs and mild blue eyes and a set of whiskers of such indeterminate aspect that you cannot tell at first look whether they are just coming out or just going back in. He belongs, or did belong, to the vast vanishing race of old-time gold prospectors. Halfway down the trail he does light housekeeping under an accommodating flat ledge that pouts out over the pathway like a snuff-dipper's underlip. He has a hole in the rock for his chimney, a breadth of weathered grey canvas for his door and an 80-mile stretch of the most marvelous panorama on earth for his front yard. He minds the trail and watches out for the big boulders that sometimes fall in the night, and, except in the tourist season, he leads a reasonably quiet existence. Alongside of Shorty, Robinson Crusoe was a tenement dweller, and Jonah, weekending in the whale, had a perfectly uproarious time, but Shorty thrives on a solitude that is too vast for imagining. He would not trade jobs with the most potted potentate alive. Only sometimes in midsummer he feels the need of a change stealing over him, and then he goes afoot out into the middle of Death Valley and spends a happy vacation of 5 or 6 weeks with the Gila monsters and the heat. He takes Toby with him. Toby is a gentlemanly little woolly dog built close to the earth like a carpet sweeper, with legs patterned crookedly, after the model of his master's. Toby has one settled prejudice: he dislikes Indians. You have only to whisper the word Injun and instantly Toby is off, scuttling away to the highest point that is handy. From there he peers all round looking for red invaders. Not finding any, he comes slowly back, crushed to the earth with disappointment. Nobody has ever been able to decide what Toby would do with the Indians if he found them, but he and Shorty are in perfect accord. They have been associated together ever since Toby was a pup and Shorty went into the hermit business, and that was 10 years ago. Sitting cross-legged on a flat rock like a little gnome, with his puckered eyes squinting off at space, Shorty told us how once upon a time he came near losing Toby. Me and Toby, he said, was over to Flagstaff, and that was several years ago. There was a saloon man over there owned a bulldog and he wanted that his bulldog and Toby should fight. Toby can lick mighty nigh any dog alive, but I didn't want that Toby should fight. But this here saloon man wouldn't listen. He sicked his bulldog onto Toby and in about a minute Toby was taking that bulldog all apart. This here saloon man, he got mad then, he got awful mad. He wanted to kill Toby and he pulled out his pistol. I begged him mighty hard please not to shoot Toby. I did so. I stood in front of Toby to protect him and I begged that man not to do it. Then some other fellows made him put up his gun, and me and Toby came on away from there. His voice trailed off. I certainly would have hated to lose Toby. We set a heap of store by one another, don't we, dog? And Toby testified that it was so, testified with wriggling body and licking tongue and dancing eyes and a madly wagging stump tail. As we mounted and jogged away we looked back, and the pair of them, Shorty and Toby, were sitting there side by side in perfect harmony and perfect content, and I could not help wondering, in a country where we sometimes hang a man for killing a man, what would have been adequate punishment for a brute who would kill Toby and leave Shorty without his partner. In another minute, though, we had rounded a jagged sandstone shoulder and they were out of sight. About that time Johnny, our guide, felt moved to speech, and we hearkened to his words and hungered for more, for Johnny knows the ranges of the Northwest as a city dweller knows his own little side street. In the fall of the year Johnny comes down to the cannon and serves as a guide a while, and then, when he gets so he just can't stand associating with tourists any longer, he packs his war bags and journeys back to the northern range and enjoys the company of cows a spell. Cows are not exactly exciting, but they don't ask fool questions. A highly competent young person is Johnny and a cowpuncher of parts. Most of the canon guides are cowpunchers, accomplished ones, too, and of high standing in the profession. With a touch of reverence, Johnny pointed out to us Sam Scoville, the greatest bronco buster of his time, now engaged in piloting tourists. "Can he ride?" echoed Johnny in answer to our question. Scoville could ride an earthquake if she stood still long enough for him to mount. He rode Steamboat, not young Steamboat, but old Steamboat. He rode Rocking Chair, and he's the only man that ever did do that and not be called on in a couple of days to attend his own funeral. This day he told us about one Tom, who lived up in Wyoming, where Johnny came from. It appeared that in an easier day Tom was hired by some cattlemen to thin out the sheep herders who insisted upon invading the public ranges. By Johnny's account, Tom did the thinning with conscientious attention to detail and gave general satisfaction for a while. But eventually he grew careless in his methods and took to killing parties who were under the protection of the game laws. Likewise, his own private collection of yearlings began to increase with a rapidity which was only to be accounted for on the theory that a large number of calves were coming into the world with Tom's brand for a birthmark. So he lost popularity. Several times his funeral was privily arranged, but on each occasion was postponed owing to the failure of the corpse to be present. Finally he killed a young boy and was caught and convicted, and one morning they took him out and hanged him rather extensively. Tom was mighty methodical, said Johnny. He got 500 a head for killing sheep herders, that was the regular tariff. Every time he bumped one off he'd put a stone under his head, which was his private mark, a kind of a gibil, as you might say. And when they'd find that dead herder with the rock under his head, they'd know there was another 500 coming to Tom on the books. They always paid it, too. Once in a while, though, he'd cut loose in a saloon and garner in some fellows that wasn't sheep herders. There was quite a number that thought Tom acted kind of ungentlemanly when he was drinking. We went on and on at a lazy mule trot, hearing the unwritten annals of the range from one who had seen them enacted at first hand. Pretty soon we passed a herd of burros with mealy, dusty noses and spotty hides, feeding on prickly pears and rock lichens, and just before sunset we slid down the last declivity out upon the plateau and came to a camp, as was a camp. This was Roughing It deluxe with a most deluxe vengeance. Here were 3 tents, or rather 3 canvas houses, with wooden half walls, and they were spick and span inside and out, and had glass windows in them and doors and matched wooden floors. The one that was a bedroom had gay Navajo blankets on the floor, and a stove in it, and a little bureau, and a washstand with white towels and good lathery soap. And there were 2 beds, not cots or bunks, but regular beds, with wire springs and mattresses and white sheets and pillow slips. They were not veteran sheets and vintage pillow slips either, but clean and spotless ones. The mess tent was provided with a table with a clean cloth to go over it, and there were china dishes and china cups and shiny knives, forks and spoons. Every scrap of this equipment had been brought down from the top on burro packs. The Grand Canyon is scenically artistic, but it is a non-producing district. And outside there was a corral for the mules, a canvas storehouse, hitching stakes for the burros, a Dutch oven, and a little forge where the guides sometimes shoe a mule. They aren't blacksmiths, they merely have to be. Bill was in charge of the camp, a dark, rangy, good-looking young leading man of a cowboy, wearing his blue shirt and his red neckerchief with an air. He spoke with the soft Texas drawl and in his way was as competent as Johnny. The sun, which had been winking farewells to us over the rim above, dropped out of sight as suddenly as though it had fallen into a well. From the bottom the shadows went slanting along the glooming walls of the gorges, swallowing up the yellow patches of sunlight that still lingered near the top like black snakes swallowing eggs. Every second the colors shifted and changed. What had been blue a moment before was now purple and in another minute would be a velvety black. A little lost ghost of an echo stole out of a hole and went straying up and down, feebly mocking our remarks and making them sound cheap and tawdry. Then the new moon showed as a silver fish, balancing on its tail and arching itself like a hooked skipjack. In a purpling sky the stars popped out like pinpricks and the peace that passes all understanding came over us. I wish to take advantage of this opportunity to say that, in my opinion, David Belasco has never done anything in the way of scenic effects to beat a moon race in the Grand Canyon. I reckon we might have been there until now, my companion and I, soaking our souls in the unutterable beauty of that place, only just about that time we smelled something frying. There was also a most delectable sputtering sound as of fat meat turning over on a hot skillet, but just the smell alone was a square meal for a poor family. The meeting adjourned by acclamation. Just because a man has a soul is no reason he shouldn't have an appetite. That Johnny certainly could cook. Served on china dishes upon a cloth-covered table, we had mounds of fried steaks and shoals of fried bacon, and a bushel, more or less, of sheep herder potatoes, and green peas and sliced peaches out of cans, and sourdough biscuits as light as kisses and much more filling, and fresh butter and fresh milk, and coffee as black as your hat and strong as sin. How easy it is for civilized man to become primitive and comfortable in his way of eating, especially if he has just ridden 10 miles on a buckboard and 9 more on a mule and is away down at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And there is nobody to look on disapprovingly when he takes a bite that would be a credit to a steam shovel. Because a man has a soul is no reason he shouldn't have an appetite. Because a man has a soul is no reason he shouldn't have an appetite. Despite all reports to the contrary, I wish to state that it is no trouble at all to eat green peas off a knife blade. You merely mix them in with potatoes for a cement, and fried steak, take it from an old steak eater, tastes best when eaten with those tools of nature's own providing, both hands and your teeth. An hour passed, busy, yet pleasant, and we were both gorged to the gills and had reared back with our cigars lit to enjoy a third jorum of black coffee apiece, when Johnny, speaking in an offhand way to Bill, who was still hiding away biscuits inside of himself like a parlor prestidigitator, said, seen any of them old hydrophobies the last day or two? Not so many, said Bill casually. There was a couple out last night pirootin' round in the moonlight. I reckon, though, there'll be quite a flock of 'em out tonight. A new moon always seems to fetch 'em up from the river. Both of us quit blowing on our coffee and we put the cups down. I think I was the one who spoke. I beg your pardon, I asked, but what did you say would be out tonight? We were just speaking to one another about them hydrophoby skunks, said Bill apologetically. This here cannon is where they mostly hang out and frolic round. I laid down my cigar, too. I admit I was interested. Oh, I said softly, like that. Is it? Do they? Yes, said Johnny. I reckon there's liable to be one come shoving his old nose into that door any minute. Or probably two. They mostly travels in pairs, sets, as you might say. You'd know one the minute you saw him, though, said Bill. They're smaller than a regular skunk and spotted where the other kind is striped. And they got little red eyes. You won't have no trouble at all recognizing one. It was at this juncture that we both got up and moved back by the stove. It was warmer there and the chill of evening seemed to be settling down noticeably. Funny thing about hydrophoby skunks, went on Johnny after a moment of pensive thought, mad, you know. What makes them mad? The two of us asked the question together. Born that way, explained Bill, mad from the start, and won't never do nothing to get shut of it. They never attack humans, I suppose. Don't they? Said Johnny, as if surprised at such ignorance. Why, humans is their favorite pastime. Humans is just pie to a hydrophoby skunk. It ain't really any fun to be bit by a hydrophoby skunk neither. He raised his coffee cup to his lips and imbibed deeply. Which you certainly said something then, Johnny, stated Bill. You see, he went on, turning to us, they aim to catch you asleep and they creep up right soft and take hold of you. Take hold of a ear usually, and clamp their teeth and just hang on for further orders. Some says they hang on till it thunders, same as snapping turtles. But that's a lie, I judge, because there's weeks on a stretch down here when it don't thunder. All the cases I ever heard of, they let go at sunup. It is right painful at the time, said Johnny, taking up the thread of the narrative, and then in 9 days you go mad yourself. Remember that fellow the hydrophoby skunk bit down here by the rapids, Bill? Let's see now, what was that hombre's name? Williams, supplied Bill. Heck, Williams. I saw him at Flagstaff when they took him there to the hospital. That guy certainly did carry on regardless. First he went mad and his eyes turned red, and he got so he didn't have no real use for water. Well, them prospectors don't never care much about water anyway. And then he got to snapping and biting and foamin' so's they had to strap him down to his bed. He got loose though. Broke loose, I suppose. I said. No, he bit loose, said Bill with the air of one who would not deceive you even in a matter of small details. Do you mean to say he bit those leather straps in two? No, sir, he couldn't reach them, explained Bill, so he bit the bed in two. Not in one bite, of course, he went on. It took him several. I saw him after he was laid out. He really wasn't no credit to himself as a corpse. I'm not sure, but I think my companion and I were holding hands by now. Outside we could hear that little lost echo laughing to itself. It was no time to be laughing either. Under certain circumstances I don't know of a lonelier place anywhere on earth than that Grand Canyon. Presently my friend spoke, and it seemed to me his voice was a mite husky. Well, he had a bad cold. You said they mostly attack persons who are sleeping out, didn't you? That's right, too, said Johnny, and Bill nodded in affirmation. Then, of course, since we sleep indoors everything will be all right, I put in. Well, yes and no, answered Johnny. In the early part of the evening a hydrophobe is liable to do a lot of prowling round outdoors, but toward morning they like to get into camps. They dig up under the side walls or come up through the floor, and they seem to prefer to get in bed with you. They're cold-blooded, I reckon, same as rattlesnakes. Cool nights always do drive 'em in, seems like. It's going to be sort of coolish tonight, said Bill casually. It certainly was. I don't remember a chillier night in years. My teeth were chattering a little, from cold, before we turned in. I retired with all my clothes on, including my boots and leggings, and I wished I had brought along my earmuffs. I also buttoned my watch into my left-hand shirt pocket, the idea being if for any reason I should conclude to move during the night I would be fully equipped for traveling. The door would not stay closely shut, the door jamb had sagged a little and the wind kept blowing the door ajar. But after a while we dozed off. It was 1:27 a.m. when I woke with a violent start. I know this was the exact time because that was when my watch stopped. I peered about me in the darkness. The door was wide open, I could tell that. Down on the floor there was a dragging, scuffling sound, and from almost beneath me a pair of small red eyes peered up phosphorescently. He's here, I said to my companion as I emerged from my blankets, and he, waking instantly, seemed instinctively to know whom I meant. I used to wonder at the ease with which a cockroach can climb a perfectly smooth wall and run across the ceiling. I know now that to do this is the easiest thing in the world, if you have the proper incentive behind you. I had gone up one wall of the tent and had crossed over and was in the act of coming down the other side when Bill burst in, his eyes blurred with sleep, a lighted lamp in one hand and a gun in the other. I never was so disappointed in my life because it wasn't a hydrophobic skunk at all. It was a pack rat, sometimes called a trade rat, paying us a visit. The pack or trade rat is also a denizen of the Grand Canyon. He is about 4 times as big as an ordinary rat and has an appetite to correspond. He sometimes invades your camp and makes free with your things, but he never steals anything outright, he merely trades with you, hence his name. He totes off a side of meat or a bushel of meal and brings a cactus stalk in, or he will confiscate your saddlebags and leave you in exchange a nice dry chip. He is honest, but from what I can gather he never gets badly stuck on a deal. Next morning at breakfast Johnny and Bill were doing a lot of laughing between them over something or other. But we had our revenge. About noon, as we were emerging at the head of the trail, we met one of the guides starting down with a couple that, for the sake of convenience, we had christened Clarence and Clarice. Shorty hailed us. "How's everything down at the camp?" he inquired. "Oh, all right," replied Bill, "only there's a good many of them hydrophobe skunks pesticatin' about. Last night we seen 4." Clarence and Clarice crossed startled glances, and it seemed to me that Clarice's cheek paled a trifle, or it may have been Clarence's cheek that paled. He bent forward and asked Shorty something, and as we departed full of joy and content we observed that Shorty was composing himself to unload that stock horror tale. It made us very happy. By common consent we had named them Clarence and Clarice on their arrival the day before. At first glance we decided they must have come from Back Bay, Boston, probably by way of Lenox, Newport and Palm Beach. If Harvard had been a co-educational institution we should have figured them as products of Cambridge. It was a shock to us all when we learned they really hailed from Chicago. They were nearly of a height and a breadth, and similar in complexion and general expression, and immediately after arriving they had appeared for the ride down the Bright Angel in riding suits that were identical in color, cut and effect, long-tailed, tight-buttoned coats, derby hats, stock collars, shiny top boots, cute little crops, and form-fitting riding trousers with those Bartlett pear extensions midships and aft, and the prevalent color was a soft, melting, misty gray, like a cow's breath. On a frosty morning. Evidently they had both patronized the same tailor. He was a wonder, that tailor. Using practically the same stage effects, he had, nevertheless, succeeded in making Clarence look feminine and Clarice look masculine. We had gone down to the rim to see them off. And when they passed us in all the gorgeousness of their city bridle path regalia, enthroned on shaggy mules, behind a flock of tourists in nondescript yet appropriate attire, and convoyed by a cowboy who had no reverence in his soul for the good, the sweet and the beautiful, but kept sniggering to himself in a low, coarse way, we felt, all of us, that if we never saw another thing we were amply repaid for our journey to Arizona. The exactly opposite angle of this phenomenon was presented by a certain Eastern writer, a member, as I recall, of the Jersey City School of Wild West story writers, who went to Arizona about 2 years ago to see if the facts corresponded with his fiction. If not, he would take steps to have the facts altered. I believe that was the idea. He reached El Tovar at Grand Canyon in the early morning, hurried at once to his room and presently appeared attired for breakfast. Competent eyewitnesses gave me the full details. He wore a flannel shirt that was unbuttoned at the throat to allow his Adam's apple full sweep, a hunting coat, buckskin pants and high boots, and about his waist was a broad belt supporting on one side a large revolver, one of the automatic kind, which you start into shooting by pulling the trigger merely and then have to throw a bucket of water on it to make it stop, and on the other side, as a counterpoise, was a buck-handled bowie knife such as was so universally not used by the early pioneers of our country. As he crossed the lobby, jangling like a milk wagon, he created a pronounced impression upon all beholders. The hotel is managed by an able veteran of the hotel business, assisted by a charming and accomplished wife. It is patronized by scientists, scholars and cosmopolitans, who come from all parts of the world to see the Grand Canyon, and it is as up to the minute in its appointments and service as though it fronted on Broadway, or Chestnut Street, or Pennsylvania Avenue. Our hero careened across the intervening space. On reaching the dining room he snatched off his coat and, with a gesture that would have turned Hackett or Faversham as green with envy as a processed string bean, flung it aside and prepared to enter. It was plain that he proposed to put on no airs before the simple children of the desert wilds. He would eat his antelope steak and his grizzly bear chuck in his shirt sleeves, the way Kit Carson and Old Man Bridger always did. He was a regular moving picture cowboy and gave general satisfaction. He was a regular moving picture cowboy and gave general satisfaction. The young woman who presides over the dining room met him at the door. In the cool, clarified accents of a Wellesley graduate, which she is, she invited him to have on his things if he didn't mind. She also offered to take care of his hardware for him while he was eating. He consented to put his coat back on, but he clung to his weapons. There was no telling when the Indians might start an uprising. Probably at the moment it would have deeply pained him to learn that the only Indian uprising reported in these parts in the last 40 years was a carbuncle on the back of the neck of Uncle Hopi Hooligan, the gentle copper-colored floor walker of the white goods counter in the Hopi house, adjacent to the hotel. However, he stayed on long enough to discover that even this far west ordinary human garments make a most excellent protective covering for the stranger. Many of the tourists do not do this. They arrive in the morning, take a hurried look at the cannon, mail a few postal cards, buy a Navajo blanket or two and are out again that night. Yet they could stay on for a month and make every hour count. To begin with, there is the cannon, worth a week of anybody's undivided attention. Within easy reach are the painted desert and the petrified forests, thousands of acres of trees turned to solid agate. If these things were in Europe they would be studded thick with hotels, and Americans by the thousand would flock across the seas to look at them. There are cliff dwellers' ruins older than ancient Babylon and much less expensive. The reservations of the Hopis and the Navajos, most distinctive of all the southern tribes, are handy, while all about stretches a big government reserve full of natural wonders and unnatural ones, too, everything on earth except a lover's leap. There are unexcelled facilities for lovers' leaps, too. Thousands of appropriate places are within easy walking distance of the hotel, but no lover ever yet cared to leap where he would have to drop 5,000 or 6,000 feet before he landed. He'd be such a mussy lover, no satisfaction to himself then, or to the undertaker, either. However, as I was saying, most of the tourists run in on the morning train and out again on the evening train. To this breed belonged a youth who dropped in during our stay. I think he must have followed the crowd in. As he came out from breakfast, I chanced to be standing on the side veranda, and I presume he mistook me for one of the hired help. This mistake has occurred before when I was stopping at hotels. "My friend," he said to me in the patronizing voice of an experienced traveler, "is there anything interesting to see round here at this time of day?" Either he had not heard there was a grand cannon going on regularly in that vicinity, or he may have thought it was open only for matinees and evenings. So I took him by the hand and led him over to the curio store and let him look at the Mexican drawn work. It seemed to satisfy him, too, until by chance he glanced out of a window and discovered that the cannon was in the nature of a continuous performance. The same week there arrived a party of 6 or 8 Easterners who yearned to see some of those real genuine Wild Western characters such as they had met so often in a film. The manager trotted out a troupe of trail guides for them, all ex-cowboys, but they, being merely half a dozen sunburned, quiet youths in overalls, did not fill the bill at all. The manager hated to have his guests depart disappointed. Privately he called his room clerk aside and told him the situation, and the room clerk offered to oblige. The room clerk had come from Ohio 2 years before and was a mighty accommodating young fellow. He slipped across to the curio store and put on a big hat and some large silver spurs and a pair of leather chaps made by one of the most reliable mail-order houses in this country. Thus caparisoned, he mounted a pony and came charging across the lawn, uttering wild keys and quirting his mount at every jump. He steered right up the steps to the porch where the delighted Easterners were assembled, and then he yanked the pony back on his haunches and held him there with one hand while with the other he rolled a brown paper cigarette, which was a trick he had learned in a high school frat at Cincinnati, and altogether he was the picture of a regular moving picture cowboy and gave general satisfaction. If the cowboys are disappointing in their outward aspect, however, Captain Jim Hance is not. The captain is the official prevaricator of the Grand Cannon. It is probably the only salaried job of the sort in the world. His competitors in the same line of business mainly work for the love of it. He is a venerable retired prospector who is specially retained by the Santa Fe Road for the sole purpose of stuffing the casual tourist with the kind of fiction the casual tourist's system seems to crave. He just moons round from spot to spot, romancing as he goes. 2 of the captain's standbys have been advertised to the world. One of them deals with the sad fate of his bride, who on her honeymoon fell off into the cannon and lodged on a rim 300 feet below. I was 2 days getting down to the poor little thing he tells you, and then I seen both her hind legs was broke. Here the captain invariably pauses and looks out musingly across the cannon until the victim bites with an impatient "What happened then?" "Oh, I knew she wouldn't be no use to me any more as a bride, so I shot her." The other tail he saves up until some tenderfoot notices the succession of blazes upon the tree trunks along one of the forest trails and wants to know what made those peculiar marks upon the bark all at the same height from the earth. Captain Hans explains that he himself did it, with his elbows and knees, while fleeing from a war party of Apaches. His newest one, though, the one he is featuring this year, is, in the opinion of competent judges, the gem of the Hans collection. It concerns the fate of one Total Loss Watkins, an old and devoted friend of the captain. As a preliminary, he leads a group of wide-eared, doe-eyed victims to the rim of the cannon. Right here, he says sorrowfully, was where poor old Total slipped off one day. It's 2,000 feet to the first ledge and we thought he was a gone fawnskin, sure. But he had on rubber boots, and he had the presence of mind to light standing up. He bounced up and down for 2 days and nights without stopping. And then we had to get a wing shot to kill him in order to keep him from starving to death. The next stop will be Southern California, the land of perpetual sunshine, except when it rains. How do you like the climate? 95p. How do you like the climate? Once upon a time a stranger went to Southern California, and when he was asked the customary question, to wit, how do you like the climate, he said, no, I don't like it. So they destroyed him on the spot. I have forgotten now whether they merely hanged him on the nearest tree or burned him at the stake, but they destroyed him utterly and hid his bones in an unmarked grave. History, that lying jade, records that when Balbo first saw the Pacific he plunged breast deep into the waves, drew his sword and waved it on high, probably using for that purpose the Australian crawl stroke, and then, in that generous and carefree way of the early discoverers, claimed the ocean and all points west in the name of His Catholic Majesty, Carlos the Ketchup, or Pedro the Impossible, or whoever happened to be the King of Spain for the moment. Personal investigation convinces me that the current version of the above incident was wrong. What Balbo did first was to state that he liked the climate better than any climate he'd ever met, was perfectly crazy about it, in fact, and intended to sell out back east and move west just as soon as he could get word home to his folks, after which, still following the custom of the country, he bought a couple of Navajo blankets and some moccasins with blue beadwork on the toes, mailed a few souvenir postcards to close friends, and had his photograph taken showing him standing in the midst of the tropical verdure, with a freshly picked orange in his hand. And if he waved his sword at all, it was with the idea of forcing the real estate agents to stand back and give him air. I am sure that these are the correct details, because that is what every round-tripper does upon arriving in Southern California, and, though Balbo finished his little jaunt of explorations at a point some distance below the California state line, he was still in the climate belt. Life out there in that fair land is predicated on climate. Out there climate is capitalized, organized and systematized. Every native is a climate booster, so is every newcomer as soon as he has stuck round long enough to get the climate habit, which is in from 1 to 3 days. They talk climate, they think climate, they breathe it by day, they snore it by night, and in between times they live on it. And it is good living, too, especially for the real estate people and the hotel keepers. Southern Californians brag of their climate just as New York brags of its wickedness and its skyscrapers, and as Richmond brags of its cooking and its war memories. I don't blame them either. The California climate is worth all the brags it gets. Back east in the wintertime we have weather, out in Southern California they never have weather, nothing but climate. For hours on hours a native will stand outdoors, with his hat off and his head thrown back, inhaling climate until you can hear his nostrils smack. And after you've been on the spot a day or two you're doing the same thing yourself, for, in addition to being salubrious, the California climate is catching. The boy who sells you a paper and the youth who blackens your shoes both show solicitude. The boy who sells you a paper and the youth who blackens your shoes both show solicitude. Just as soon as you cross the Arizona line you discover that you have entered the climate belt. As your train whizzes past the monument that marks the boundary an earnest-minded passenger leans over, taps you on the breastbone and informs you that you are now in California, and wishes to know, as man to man, whether you don't regard the climate as about the niftiest article in that line you ever experienced. At the hotel the young lady of the telephone switchboard, who calls you in the morning, plugs in the number of your room, and when you drowsily answer the bell she informs you that it is now 8:30 and, what do you think of the climate? The boy who sells you a paper and the youth who blackens your shoes both show solicitude to elicit your views upon this paramount subject. At breakfast the waiter finds out, if he can, how you like the climate before finding out how you like your eggs. When you pay your bill on going away the clerk somehow manages to convey the impression that the charges have been remarkably moderate considering what you have enjoyed in the matter of climate. Punching your round-trip ticket on the train starting east, the conductor has a few well-merited words to speak on behalf of the climate of the glorious Southland, the same being the favorite pet name of the resident classes for the entire lower end of the state of California. Everybody is doing it, including press, pulpit and general public. The weather story, beg pardon, the climate story, is the most important thing in the daily paper, especially if a blizzard has opportunely developed back east somewhere and is available for purposes of comparison. At Los Angeles, which is the great throbbing heart of the climate belt, I went as a guest to a stag given at the handsome new clubhouse of a secret order renowned the continent over for its hospitality and its charities. We sat, 600 or 700 of us, in a big assembly hall, smoked cigars and drank light drinks, and witnessed some corking good sparring bouts by non-professional talent. There were 2 or 3 ministers present, fine, alert representatives of the modern type of city clergymen. When 11 o'clock came the master of ceremonies announced the toast, to our absent brothers, and called upon one of those clergymen to respond to it. The minister climbed up on the platform, a tall man, with a thick crop of hair and a profile as clean-cut as a cameo and as mobile as an actor's, the face of a born orator. He could talk, too, that preacher. In language that was poetic without being sloppy, he paid a tribute to the spirit of fraternity that fairly lifted us out of our chairs. Every man there was touched, I think, and deeply touched. No man who believed in the brotherhood of man, whether he practiced it or not, could have listened unmoved to that speech. He spoke of the absent ones. Some of them, he said, had answered the last roll call, and some were stretched upon the bed of affliction, and some were unavoidably detained by business in the East, and he intimated that those in the last category who had been away for as long as 3 weeks wouldn't know the old place when they got back. Applause. This naturally brought him round to the subject of Los Angeles as a city of business and homes. He pointed out its marvelous growth, quoting freely from the latest issue of the City Directory and other reliable authorities to prove his figures. He made a few heart-rousing predictions touching on its future prospects, as tending to show that in a year or less San Francisco and other ambitious contenders along the coast would be eating at the second table. He peopled the land clear back to the mountains with new homes and new neighbors, and he wound up, in a burst of vocal glory, with the most magnificent testimonial for the climate I ever heard any climate get. Did he move his audience then? Oh, but didn't he move them, though? Along toward the close of the 3rd minute of uninterrupted cheering, I thought the roof was gone. On the day after my arrival I made one very serious mistake. In fact, it came near to being a fatal one. I met a lady, and naturally right away she asked me the customary opening question. Every conversation between a stranger and a resident begins according to that formula. Still, it seemed to me an inopportune hour for bringing up the subject. It was early in March, and the day was one of those days which a greenhorn from the East might have been pardoned for regarding as verging upon the chilly, not to say the raw. Also, it seemed to be raining. I say it seemed to be raining, because no true Southern Californian would admit any actual defects in the climatic arrangements. If pressed, he might concede that ostensibly an infinitesimal percentage of precipitation was descending, and that apparently the mercury had descended a notch or two in the tube. Further than that, in the absence of the official reports, he would not care to commit himself. You never saw such touching loyalty anywhere. Those scoffing neighbors of Noah who kept denying there was going to be any flood right up to the moment when they went down for the 3rd time were rank amateurs alongside a seasoned resident of Los Angeles. I was newly arrived, however, and I hadn't acquired the ethics yet, and, besides, I had contracted a bad cold and had been taking a number of things for it, and for the moment was, as you might say, full of conflicting emulsions. So, in reply to this lady's question, I said it occurred to me that the prevalent atmospheric conditions might for the nonce stand a few trifling alterations without any permanent ill effects. I repeat that this was a mistake, for this particular lady was herself a recent arrival, and of all the incurable Californians, the new ones are the most incurable. She gave me one look, but such a look. From a reasonably solid person I became first a pulp and then a pap, and then, reversing the processes of creation as laid down in Genesis, 1st chapter, and 1st to 5th verses, I liquefied and turned to gas, and darkness covered me, and I became void and without form, and passed off in the form of a vapor, leaving my clothes inhabited only by a blushing and embarrassed emptiness. When the outraged lady abated the intensity of her scornful gaze and I painfully reassembled my astral body out of space and projected it back into my earthly tenement again, I found I'd shrunk so in these various processes that nothing I wore fitted me any longer. I shall never commit that error again. I know better now. If I were a condemned criminal about to die on a gallows at the state penitentiary, I would make the customary announcement touching on my intention of going straight to heaven. Condemned criminals never seem to have any doubt on that point, and then in conclusion I would add that after Southern California, I knew I wouldn't care for the climate up there. Then I would step serenely off into eternity, secure in the belief that, no matter how heinous my crime might have been, all the local papers would give me nice obituary notices. I'd be absolutely sure of the papers, because the papers are the last to concede that there ever was or ever will be a flaw in the climate anywhere. In a certain city out on the coast there is one paper that refuses even to admit that a human being can actually expire while breathing the air of Southern California. It won't go so far as to say that anybody has died. Passed away is the term used. You read in its columns that medulla oblongata, the Mexican who was kicked in the head by a mule last Sunday afternoon, has passed away at the city hospital, or that, during yesterday's misunderstanding in Chinatown between the Bing Bangs and the OK Louis, 2 Tong men were shot and cut in such a manner that they practically passed away on the spot. When I was there I traveled all one day over the route of an unprecedented cold snap that had happened along a little earlier and mussed up the citrus groves, and, though I will not go so far as to say that the orange crop had died or that it had been killed, it did look to me as though it had passed away to a considerable extent. This sort of visitation, however, doesn't occur often. In fact, it never had occurred before, and the chances are it never will occur again. Next to taxes and the high cost of living, I judge the California climate to be about the most dependable institution we have in this country, yes, and one of the most satisfactory, too. To its climate California is indebted for being the most extravagantly beautiful spot I've seen on this continent. It isn't just beautiful in spots, it is beautiful all over. It isn't beautiful in a sedate, reserved way. There is a prodigal, riotous, abandoned spendthriftiness to its beauty. I don't know of anything more wonderful than an automobile ride through one of the fruit valleys in the Mission Country. In one day's travel, or, at most, 2, you can get a taste of all the things that make this far-thermest corner of the United States at once so diversified and so individual: sky-piercing mountain and mirage-painted desert, seashore and upland, ranch lands, farm lands and fruit lands, city and town, traces of our oldest civilization and stretches of our newest, wilderness and jungle and landscape garden, the pines of the snows, the familiar growths of the temperate zone, the palms of the tropics. And finally, which is California's own, the big trees. All day you may write and never once will your eye rest upon a picture that is commonplace or trumpery. Going either north or south, your road lies between mountains. To the eastward, shutting out the deserts from this domain of everlasting summer, are the Sierras, great saw-edged old he-mountains, masculine as bulls or bucks, all rugged and wrinkled, bearded with firs and pines upon their jowls, but bald-headed and hoar with age atop like the prophets of old. But the mountains of the Coast Range, to the westward, are full-bosomed and maternal, mothering the valleys up to them, and their round-uddered, fecund slopes are covered with softest green. Only when you come closer to them you see that the garments on their breasts are not silky smooth as they looked at a distance, but shod and gored, gathered and smocked. I suppose even a lady mountain never gets too old to follow the fashions. Now you pass an orchard big enough to make 100 of your average eastern orchards, and if it be of apples or plums or cherries, and the time be springtime, it is all one vast white bridal bouquet, but if it be of almonds or peaches the whole land, maybe 4 miles on end, blazes with a pink flame that is the pinkest pink in the world, pinker than the heart of a ripe watermelon, pinker than the inside of a blonde cow. Here is a meadowland of purest, deepest green, and flung across it, like a streak of sunshine playing hooky from heaven, is a slash of wild yellow poppies. There, upon a hillside, stands a clump of nolly, dwarfed olives, making you think of Bible times and the Old Testament. Or else it is a great range, where cattle by thousands feed upon the slopes. Or a crested ridge, upon which the gum trees stand up in long aisles, sorrowful and majestic as the funereal groves of the ancient Greeks, that is, provided it was the ancient Greeks who had the funereal groves. Or, best of all and most striking in its contrasts, you will see a hill all green, with a nap on it like a family album, and right on the top of it an old, crumbly grey mission, its cross gleaming against the skyline, and, down below, a modern town, with red roofs and hipped windows, its houses buried to their eaves in palms and giant rose bushes, and huge climbing geraniums, and all manner of green tropical growths that are nature's own Christmas trees, with the red and yellow dingle-dangles growing upon them. Or perhaps it is a gorge choked with the enormous redwoods, each individual tree with a trunk like the Washington Monument. And, if you are only as lucky as we were, up overhead, across the blue sky, will be drifting 100 fleecy clouds, one behind the other, like woolly white sheep grazing upon the meadows of the firmament. Everywhere the colors are splashed on with a barbaric, almost a theatrical, touch. It's a regular backdrop of a country, its scenery looks as though it belonged on a stage, as though it should be painted on a curtain. You almost expect to see a chorus of comic opera brigands or a bevy of stage milkmaids come trooping out of the wings any minute. Who was the libellous wretch who said that the flowers of California had no perfume and the birds there had no song? Where we passed through tangled woods, the odors distilled from the wild flowers by the sun's warmth were often almost suffocating in their sweetness, and in a yellow tufted bush on the lawn at Coronado I came upon a mockingbird singing in a way to make his brother minstrel of Mobile or Savannah feel like applying for admission to a school of expression and learning the singing business all over again. Out from under a rock somewhere will crawl a real estate agent. Out from under a rock somewhere will crawl a real estate agent at the end of the valley. Top end or bottom end as the case may be, you come to a chain of lesser mountains, dropped down across your path like a trailing wing of the Indian's fabled thunderbird, vainly trying to shut you out from the next valley. You climb the divide and run through the pass, with a brawling river upon one side and tall cliffs upon the other. And then all of a sudden the hills magically part and you are within sight, almost within touch, of the ocean, for in this favored land the mountains come right down to the sea and the sea comes right up to the mountains. It may be upon a tiny bay that you have emerged, with the meadows sloping straight to tide mark, and out beyond the wild fowl feeding by the kelp beds. Or perhaps you have come out upon a rugged headland, crowned belike with a single wind-twisted tree, grotesquely suggesting a frizzly chicken, and away below, straight and sheer, are the rocks rising out of the water like the jaws of a mangle. Down there in that gin-like reef Neptune is forever washing out his shirt in a smother of foamy lather. And he has spilled his bluing pot, too, else how could all the sea be so blue? On the outermost rocks the sea lions have stretched themselves, looking like so many overgrown slugs, and they lie for hours and sun themselves and bellow, or, at least, I am told they do so on occasion. There was unfortunately no bellowing going on the day I was there. The unearthly beauty of the whole thing overpowers you. The poet that lives in nearly every human soul rouses within you and you feel like withdrawing to yon dense grove or yon peaked promontory to commune with nature. But be advised in season. Restrain yourself. Carefully refrain. Do not do so. Because out from under a rock somewhere will crawl a real estate agent to ask you how you like the climate and take $1 down as first payment on a fruit ranch, or a suburban lot, or a seaside villa, or something. Climate did it and he can prove it. Only he doesn't have to prove it, you admit it. I had never seen the Mediterranean when I went west, but I saw the cypresses of Del Monte, and the redwood grove in the canon just below Harry Leon Wilson's place, down past Carmel by the sea, and that was sufficient. I had no burning yearning to see Naples and die, as the poet suggested. I felt that I would rather see Monterey Bay again on a bright March day and live. And for all of this, for fruit, flowers and scenery, for real estate agents, and for a race of the most persistent boosters under the sun, the climate is responsible. Climate advertised is responsible for the rush of travel from the east that sets in with the coming of winter and lasts until well into the following spring, and climate realized is responsible for the string of tourist hotels that dot the coast all along from just below San Francisco to the Mexican border. Both externally and internally the majority of these hotels are singularly alike. Mainly they are rambling frame structures done in a modified Spanish architecture, late Spanish crossed on early period, with a lobby so large that, loafing there, You feel as though you were in the waiting room of the Grand Central Terminal, and with a dining room about the size of the state of Rhode Island, and a sun parlor that has windows all round, so as to give its occupants the aspect, when viewed from without, of being inmates of an aquarium, and a gorgeous tea room done in the style of one of the French Louis the Limit, I guess. There are some notable exceptions to the rule. Some of the places have pleasing individualities of their own, but most of them were cut off the same pattern. Likewise, the bulk of their winter patrons are cut off the same pattern. The average Eastern tourist is a funny biped anyhow, and he is at his funniest out in California. Living along the eastern seaboard are a large number of well-to-do people who hearken not to the slogan of "See America First," because many of them cannot see America at any price. They can just barely recognize its existence as a suitable place for making money, but no place for spending it. What makes life worth living to them is the fact that Europe is distant only a 4-day run by the 4-day boat, the same being known as a 4-day boat because only 4 days are required for the run between Daunt's Rock and Ambrose Channel, which is a very convenient arrangement for deep-sea divers and long-distance swimmers desiring to get on at Daunt's Rock and get off in Ambrose Channel, but slightly extending the journey for passengers who are less amphibious by nature. These people constitute one breed of Eastern tourists. There is the other breed, who are willing to see America provided it is made over to conform with the accepted Eastern model. Those who can afford the expense go to Florida in the winter, but it requires at least $1 million in small change to feel at home in that setting, and so a good many who haven't quite $1 million to spare, head for Southern California as the next best spot on the map. Arriving there, they endeavor to reproduce on as exact a scale as possible the life of the ultra-fashionable Florida resorts. The result is what a burlesque manager would call a number 2 Palm Beach company playing the Western wheel. Up and down the coast these tourists traipse for months on end, spending a week here and 2 weeks there, and doing the same things in the same way at each new stopping place. You meet them, part from them, and meet them again at the next stand, until the monotony of it grows maddening, and always they are intently following the routine you saw them following last week or the week before, or the week before that. They have traveled clear across the continent to practice such diversions as they might have had within 2 hours' ride of Philadelphia or New York, and they are going to practice them, too, or know the reason why. Of course they are not all constituted this way. I am speaking now of the impression created in California by tourists in bulk. They decline to do the things for which this country is best adapted. They will not see the things for which it is most famous. Few of them take the roughing trips up into the mountains, fewer still visit the desert country. All about them the tremendous engineering contracts that have made this land a commercial Arabian Nights entertainment are being carried out. The mighty reclamation schemes, the irrigation projects, the damming up of cannons and the shoveling away of mountains. But your average group of Eastern tourists pass these by with dull and glazed eyes, their souls being bound up in the desire to reach the next hotel on the route with the least possible waste of time, and take up the routine where it was broken off at the last hotel. They tennis and they golf, and some go horseback riding and some take drives, and at 1 or 2 places there is polo in the season. Likewise, in accordance with the rules laid down by the Palm Beach authorities, the women change clothes as often as possible during the course of the day, and in the evening all hands appear in full dress for dinner, the same being very wearing on men and very pleasing to women, that is, all of them do except a few obstinate persons who defy convention and remain comfortable. After dinner some of the younger people dance and some of the older ones play bridge, but the vast majority sit round, and then sit round some more and wonder whether 11 o'clock will ever come so they can go to bed. A good many take the wrong kind of clothes out there with them. They have read in the advertisements that Southern California is a land of perpetual balm, where flowers bloom the year round, and they pack their trunks with the lightest and thinnest wearing apparel they own, which is a mistake. The natives know better than that. The all-wool sweater is the national garment of the western coast. Both sexes and all ages go to it unanimously. Experience proves it the ideal thing to wear, for in Southern California in the winter it is never really hot in the sun and it is often exceedingly cool in the shade. Besides, there is a sea wind that blows pretty regularly and which makes a specialty of working through the crannies in a silk shirt or a lingerie blouse. The chilliest, most pallid-looking things I ever saw in my life were a pair of white linen trousers I found in the top tray of my trunk when I reached the extreme lower end of California. I had to cover them under 2 blankets and a bedspread that night to keep the poor things from freezing stiff. The medium-weight garments an Easterner wears between seasons are admirably suited for the West Coast in the winter, but the guileless tenderfoot who is making his first trip to California usually doesn't learn this until it is too late. If he is wise he studies out the situation on his arrival, and thereafter takes his overcoat with him when he goes riding and his sweater when he goes walking, but there are many others who will be summer boys and girls though they perish in the attempt. At Coronado I witnessed a mighty pitiable sight. It was a cool day, cooler than ordinary even, with a stiff wind blowing skeiny shreds of sea fog in off the grey ocean, and a beating rain was falling at frequent intervals. The veranda was full of Easterners trying to look comfortable in summer clothes and not succeeding, while the road in front was dotted with Westerners, comfortable and cozy in their thick sweaters. There emerged upon the wind-swept porch a youth who would have been a sartorial credit to himself on a Florida beach in February or upon a Jersey boardwalk in August, but he did not coincide with the atmospheric scheme of things on a rainy March day down in Southern California. He felt he was properly dressed for the time, the place and the occasion. He felt he was properly dressed for the time, the place and the occasion to begin with. He was a spindly and fragile person, with a knobby forehead and a fade-away face. Dressed in close-fitting black and turned sidewise, with his profile to you, he would instantly suggest a neatly rolled umbrella with a plain bone handle. But he was not dressed in black, he was dressed in white, all white, like a bride or a bandaged thumb, white silk shirt, white flannel coat, with white pearl buttons spangled freely over it, white trousers, white Panama hat, white socks, white buckskin shoes, with white rubber soles on them. He was, in short, all white except his face, which was a pinched, wan blue, and his nose, which was a suffused and chilly red. If my pencil had had an eraser on it, I'm satisfied I could have backed him up against the wall and rubbed him right out, but he bore up splendidly. It was plain he felt that he was properly dressed for the time, the place and the occasion, and to him that was ample compensation for his suffering. I heard afterward that he lost 3 sets of tennis and had a congestive chill, all in the course of the same afternoon. The unconquerable determination of the Eastern tourist to have Southern California conform to his back-home standards is responsible for the fact that many of the tourist hotels out there are not so typical of the West as they might be, and as in my humble judgment they should be, but are as Eastern as it is possible to make them, Eastern in cuisine, in charges and in their operating schedules. Here, again, there are some notable exceptions. In the supposedly wilder sections of the West, lying between the Rockies and the Sierras, the situation is different. It is notably different in Arizona and New Mexico in the south, and in Utah, Montana and Wyoming in the north. There the person who serves you for hire is neither your menial nor your superior, whereas in the East he or she is nearly always one or the other, and sometimes both at once. This particular type of Westerner doesn't patronize you, neither does he cringe to you in expectation of a tip. He gives you the best he has in stock, meanwhile retaining his own self-respect and expecting you to do the same. He ennobles and dignifies personal service. Out on the coast, however, or at least at several of the big hotels out on the coast, the system, thanks to Eastern influence, has been changed. The whole scheme is patterned after the accepted New York model. The charges for small services are as exorbitant as in New York, and the iniquities of the tipping system are worked out as amply and as wickedly as in the city where they originated. Somebody with a taste for statistics figured it out once that if a man owned a $3 hat and wore it for 2 months, lunching every day at a New York cafe, and if he dined 4 nights a week at a New York restaurant and attended the theater twice a week, his hat at the end of those 2 months would cost him in tips $18.70. No. On second thought, I guess it was a pair of earmuffs that would have cost him $18.70. A hat would have been more. It would be more in Southern California, I'm sure of that. There the tipping habit is made more expensive by reason of the prevalent spirit of Western generosity. The born Westerner never has got used to dimes and nickels. To him quarters are still chicken feed and a $50 is small change. So the tips are just as numerous as in New York, and for the same service they are frequently larger. A lot has been said and written about the marvelous palms of Lower California, and a lot more might be said, for they are outstretched everywhere, and if you don't cross them with silver at frequent intervals you would do well to try camping out for a change. Likewise, a cursory glance at the prices on some of the menus is calculated to make a New Yorker homesick, they are so familiarly and unreasonably steep. And frequently the dishes you get aren't typical of the country, they are, Thanks again be to the Easterner, mostly transplanted imitations of the concoctions of the Broadway and the Fifth Avenue chefs. There are compensations, though. There are some hotels that are operated on admirably different lines, and there are abundant opportunities for escaping altogether from hotel life and seeing this land of the living backdrop where it is untainted and unspoiled, where the hills are clothed in green and yellow, where little Spanishy-looking towns nestle below the missions, and the mockingbirds sing, and the real estate boomer leaps from crag to crag, sounding his flute-like note. And don't forget the climate. But that is unnecessary advice. You won't have a chance to forget it, not for a minute you won't. In the haunt of the native sun P133 in the haunt of the native sun there are various ways of entering San Francisco, and the traveling general passenger agent of any one of half a dozen trunk lines stands ready to prove to you, absolutely beyond the peradventure of a doubt, that his particular way is incomparably the best one. But to my mind a very satisfactory way is to go overland from Monterey. The route we followed led us lengthwise through the wonderful Santa Clara country, straight up a wide box plat of valley tucked in between an ornamental double ruffle of mountains. I suppose if we passed one ranch we passed 1,000, cattle ranches, fruit ranches, hen ranches, chicken ranches, bee ranches, all the known varieties and subvarieties. In California you mighty soon get out of the habit of speaking of farms, for there are no farms, only ranches. The particular ranch to which you have reference may be a 10,000-acre ranch, where they raise enough beef critters to feed a standing army, or it may be a half-acre ranch, where somebody is trying to make things home-like and happy for 8 hens and a rooster, but a ranch it always is, and usually it is a model of its kind, too. The birds in California do not build nests. They build ranches. Most of the way along the Santa Clara Valley our tires glided upon a narrow straight, unbelievably smooth stretch of magnificent automobile road, which, when it is completed, will extend without a break from the Oregon line to the Mexican line, and will be the finest, costliest, best thoroughfare to be found within the boundaries of any state of the Union, that being the scale upon which they work out their public utility plans in the West. Eventually the road changes into a paved and curbed avenue, lined with seemingly unending aisles of the tall gum trees. Soon you begin to skitter past the suburban villas of rich men, set back in ornamental landscape effects of green lawns and among tropical verdure. You emerge from this into a gently rolling plateau, upon which flower gardens of incomparable richness are interspersed with the homely structures that inevitably mark the proximity of any great city. There, rising ahead of you, are the foothills that protect, upon its landward side, San Francisco, the city that has produced more artists, more poets, more writers, more actors, more pugilists, more sudden millionaires. Cries of question. Question. From the Pittsburgh delegation, more good fiction and more native sons than any community in the Western Hemisphere. You aren't there yet, however. Next you round a sloping shoulder of a hill and slide down into a shore road, with the beating, creaming surf on one side, and on the other a long succession of the sort of architectural triumphs that have made Coney Island famous. You negotiate another small ridge and there, suddenly spread out before you, is the Golden Gate, with the city itself cuddled in between the ocean and the friendly protecting mountains at its back. The Seal Rocks are there, and the Cliff House, and the Presidio, and all. New York has a wonderful harbor entrance. Nature did some of it and man did the rest. San Francisco has an even more wonderful one, and the hand of man did not need to touch it. When nature got through with it, it was a complete and satisfactory job. The first convincing impression the newcomer gets of San Francisco is that here is a permanent city, a city that has found itself, has achieved its own personality, and is satisfied with it. Perhaps, because they are growing so fast, certain of the other coast cities strike the casual observer as having just been put up. I was told that a man who lives on a residential street of San Diego has to mark his house with chalk when he leaves of a morning in order to know it when he gets home at night. A real estate agent told me so, and I do not think a Southern California real estate agent would deceive anybody, more particularly a stranger from the East. So it must be true. And Los Angeles' main business district is like a transverse slice chopped out of the middle of Manhattan Island. It isn't Western. It is typically New Yorky, as alive as New York and as handsomely done. You can almost imagine you are at the corner of Broadway and 42nd Street. San Francisco, it seems to me, isn't like any city on earth except San Francisco. Once you get away from the larger hotels, which are accurate copies of the metropolitan article of the East, even to the afternoon tea fighting malaise of the women, you find yourself in a city that is absolutely individual and distinctive. It impresses its originality upon you. It presents itself with an air of having been right there from the beginning, and this, too, in spite of the fact that the ravages of the Great Fire are still visible in old cellar excavations and piles of debris. Practically every building in the main part of the town has been rebuilt within 8 years and is still new. The scars are fresh, but the spirit is old and abides. This same essence of individuality tinctures the lives, the manners and the conversations of the people. They do not strike you as being Westerners or as being transplanted Easterners, they are San Franciscans. Even when all other signs fail you may, nevertheless, instantly discern certain unfailing traits, to wit, as follows: 1. A San Franciscan shudders with ill-concealed horror when anybody refers to his beloved city as Frisco, which nobody ever does unless it be a raw alien from the other side of the continent. 2. He does not brag of the climate with that constancy which provides his neighbor of Los Angeles a never-failing topic of congenial conversation. And 3. He assures you with a regretful sighing. Note in his voice that the old-time romance disappeared with the destruction of the old-time buildings, the old-time resorts and the old-time neighborhoods. It has been my experience that romance is always in the past tense anyhow. Romance is a commodity that was extremely plentiful last week or last year or last century, but for the moment they are entirely out of it, and can't say with any degree of certainty when a fresh stock will be coming in. This is largely true of all the formerly romantic cities I know anything about, and it appears to be especially true of San Francisco. Romance invariably acquires added value after it has vanished. In this respect it is very much like a history-making epoch. An epoch rarely seems to create any great amount of excitement when it is in process of epoching, or at least the excitement is only temporary and soon abates. Afterward we look back upon it with a feeling of longing, but when it was actually coming to pass we took it, after the first shock of surprise, as a matter of course. No doubt our children and our children's children will read in the textbooks that the first decade of the 20th century was distinguished as the age when the auto and tango came into use, and people learned to fly, and grown men wore bracelet watches and carried their handkerchiefs up their cuffs, and they will repine because they, too, did not live in those stirring times. But we of the present generation who recently passed through these experiences have already accepted them without undue excitement, just as our forefathers in their day accepted the submarine cable, the galvanic battery and the Congress gator. Even the place where the turkey trot originated was treatless and quiet. Even the place where the turkey trot originated was treatless and quiet. Age and antiquity give an added value to everything except an egg. In my own case I know how it was with regard to the Egyptian scarab. For years I felt that I could never rest satisfied until I had gone to Egypt and had personally broken into the tomb of some sleeping pharaoh or some crumbly old Ramses, and with my own hands had ravished from it a mummified specimen of that fabled beetle which the ancients worshipped and buried with them in their tombs. But not long ago I made the discovery that, in coloring, habits, customs and general walk and conversation, the scarab of the Egyptians was none other than the common tumblebug of the southern dirt roads. Right there was where I lost interest in the scarab. He was no novelty to me, not after that he wasn't. As a boy I had known him intimately. So, when I was repeatedly assured that the old-time romance had vanished from San Francisco, and with it the atmosphere that bred bohemianism and developed literature and art, and kept alive the spirit of the 49er times, and all that, I made my own allowances. Those who mourned for the fire-blasted past may have been right, in a measure. Certainly the old-time Chinatown isn't there anymore, or, at any rate, isn't there in its physical aspects. The rebuilt Chinatown of San Francisco, though infinitely larger, isn't so picturesque really or so Chinesey looking as New York's Chinatown. I did not dare to give utterance to this treasonable statement until I was well away from San Francisco, but it is true all the same. I cruised the shores of the far-famed and much written about Barbary Coast, and it seemed to me that in its dun-colored tiresomeness and in its miserable transparent counterfeit of joy it was up to the general metropolitan average, that it was just as tiresome and humdrum as the avowedly wicked section of any city always is. However, I was told that I had arrived just 1 week too late to see the Barbary Coast at its best, meaning by that its worst, for during the week before the police, growing virtuous, had put the crusher on the dance halls and the hobble on the tango twisters. Even the place where the turkey trot originated, a place that would naturally be a shrine to a New Yorker, was trotless and quiet, in mourning for its firstborn. The so-called French restaurants, which for years gave an unwholesome savor to certain phases of San Francisco life, had likewise been sterilized and purified. I wished I might have got there before the house cleaning took place, but, even so, I should probably have been disappointed. What makes the vice of ancient Babylon seem by contrast more seductive to us than the vice of the Bowery is that Babylon is gone and the Bowery isn't. Likewise the nightlife of San Francisco, of which in times past I had read so much, was disillusionizing, because it wasn't visible to the naked eye. On this proposition Los Angeles puts it all over San Francisco. For this, though, there is an easy explanation. Los Angeles boasts what is said to be the completest trolley system in the world. Undoubtedly it is the noisiest in the world. The tracks seem to run through every street. There is a curve at every corner, I think, and a switch in the middle of every block. Every 30 seconds or so a car comes along, and it always comes at top speed and takes the curve without slackening up, and the motorman is always clanging his gong in a whole-souled manner that would entitle him to membership in the Swiss bellringers. Naturally the folks in Los Angeles stay up late. They can't figure on doing much sleeping anyhow, but either San Francisco has fewer trolley cars to the acre or else the motormen are not quite so musically inclined, and people may get to bed at a Christian hour. Most of them do it, too, if I am one to judge. At night in San Francisco I didn't see a single owl lunch wagon or meet a single beggar. Newsboys were remarkably scarce and taxicabs seemed to be few and far between. These things help to make any other city. Without them San Francisco still manages to be a city, another proof of her individuality. The old romance of the old San Francisco may be dead and buried. The residents unite in saying that it is, and they ought to know. But, even so, New San Francisco may well brag today of a greater romance than any it ever knew, the romance of achievement. Somebody said not long ago that the greatest of all monuments to American pluck was San Francisco rebuilt, but if there was pluck in it there was romance too. And there is romance, plenty of it, in the exposition these people have planned and are now carrying out to commemorate the opening of the Panama Canal. To begin with, citizens of San Francisco and of the state of California are paying the whole bill themselves. They did not ask the federal government to contribute a red cent of the millions being spent and that will be spent, and to date the federal government has not contributed a red cent either. Climatic conditions are in their favor. Other expositions have had to contend with hot weather, sometimes with beastly hot weather. Those other expositions could not open up until well into the spring, and they closed perforce with the coming of cold weather in the fall. But San Francisco is never very hot and never really cold, and California becomes an out-of-door land as soon as the rains end. So this fair will be actively and continuously in operation for 9 months instead of being limited to 4 or 5 months as the period of its greatest activities. Then, again, there is another advantage. The exposition grounds are situated well within the city. The site is within easy riding distance of the civic center and not miles away from the middle of town, as has been the case in certain other instances in this country where big expositions were held. It is a place admirably devised by nature for the purposes to which it is now being put, a 600-acre tract stretching along the waterfront, with the Presidio at its farther end, the high hills behind it, and in front of it the exquisite panorama of the Golden Gate, with Emerald Islands rising beyond, and Berkeley and Oakland just across the way, and on beyond, northward across the narrowing portals of the harbor, the big green mountain of Tamalpais, rising sheer out of the sea. Moreover, the president of the exposition and his aides promised that the whole thing, down to the minutest detail, would be completed and ready months before the date set for opening the gates, which furnishes another strikingly novel note in expositions, if their words come true, and they declared that, for beauty of conception and harmony of design, their exposition of 1915 would surpass any exposition ever seen in this country or in any other country. Probably they are right. I know that, when I was there, the view from the first rise back of the grounds, looking down upon that long flat where men by thousands were toiling, and building after building was rising, made a picture sufficiently inspiring to warm the enthusiasm and brisken the imagination of any man, be he alien or native. There isn't any doubt, though, that the people of San Francisco are going to have their hands full when the exposition visitors begin to pile in. By that I do not mean that the housing and feeding accommodations and the transit facilities will be deficient, but it is going to be a most overpoweringly big job to educate the pilgrims up to the point where they will call San Francisco by its full name. All true San Franciscans are very touchy on this point, touchy as hedgehogs. They are. The prejudice extends to all classes, with the possible exception of the Chinese. I heard a story of a seafaring person, ignorant and newly arrived, who drifted into a waterfront saloon, called for a simple glass of beer and spoke a few casual words of greeting to the barkeeper, and woke up the next morning in the hospital with a very bad headache and a bandage round his throbbing brows. It developed that he had 3 times in rapid succession referred to the city as Frisco, and on being warned against this practice had inquired, "Well, what do you want me to call her? Plain Friss?" That was the last straw. The barkeeper took a bung starter and felled him as flat as a felled seam, and all present agreed that it served him right. An even worse breach of etiquette on the part of the outlander is to intimate that an earthquake preceded the Great Fire. That is positively the unforgivable sin. In any quarter of the city you could get many subscriptions for a fund to buy something with silver handles on it for any man who would insist upon talking of earthquakes. To make my meaning clearer, I will state that there are only 2 objects of general use in the civilized world that have silver handles on them, and one of them is a loving cup. But this article would not be a loving cup. A native will willingly concede that there was a fire, which burned its memories deep into the consciousness of the city that recovered from it with such splendid courage and such inconceivable rapidity, but by common consent there was nothing else. It does not take the stranger long to get this point of view, either. If I were in charge of the publicity work of the San Francisco Fair, I should advertise 2 attractions that would surely appeal to all the women in this country, and to most of the men. In my press work I would dwell at length upon the fact that in this part of California a woman may wear any weight and any style of clothes, spring clothes, summer clothes, fall clothes or winter clothes, and not only be perfectly comfortable while so doing, but be in the fashion besides. And to be in the fashion is a thing calculated to make a woman comfortable whether she otherwise is or not. To see a group of 4 women promenading a San Francisco street on a pleasant morning is to be reminded of that ballet representing the 4 seasons, which we used to see in the second act of every well-regulated extravaganza. The woman nearest the walls has on her furs, it is always cool in the shade. The one next to her is wearing the very latest wrinkles in spring garniture. The third one, let us say, is dressed in the especially becoming frock she bought last October, and the one on the outside, where the sun shines the brightest, is as summery in her white ducks and her white slippers as though she had just stepped off the cover of the August number of a magazine. There is something, too, about the salt-laden breezes of San Francisco that gives women wonderful complexions. That detail, properly presagent, ought to fetch the entire female population of the United States. The woman nearest the wall has on her furs. It is always cool in the shade. The woman nearest the wall has on her furs. It is always cool in the shade. For drawing the men, I would exploit the great cardinal fact that nowhere in the country, not even in Norfolk or Baltimore or New Orleans, can you get better things to eat than in San Francisco. For its size, I believe there are more good clubs and more good restaurants right there than in any other spot on the habitable globe. Particularly in the preparation of the typical dishes of the coast do the San Francisco cooks excel. Their cuisine is based on a sane American foundation, with a delectable suggestion of the Spanish in it, and sometimes with a traceable suggestion of the best there is in the Italian and the Chinese schools of cookery. To one whose taste in oysters has been developed by eating the full-chested bivalve of the eastern seaboard and the deep-lunged, long-bodied product of the Louisiana bayous, the native oyster does not greatly appeal. A lot has been written and printed about the California oyster, but in my opinion he will always have considerable difficulty in living up to his press notices. It takes about 1,000 of him to make a quart and about 100 of him to make a taste. Even then he doesn't taste much like a real oyster, but more like an infinitesimal scrap of sponge where a real oyster camped out overnight once. There is a dream of a little fish, however, called a sand dab. He is a tiny, flounder-shaped titbit hailing from deep water, and for eating purposes he is probably the best fish that swims, better even than the pompano of the Gulf. And when you say that you are saying about all there is to be said for a fish. And the big crabs of the Pacific side are the hereditary princes of the crab family. They look like spread eagles, and properly prepared they taste like heaven. I often wonder what the crabsters buy one half so precious as the stuff they sell, which is a quotation from Omar, with original interpolations by me. The domestic cheese of the Sierras is not without its attractions also, whether you eat it fresh or whether you keep it until its general aspect and prevalent atmosphere are such as to satisfy even one of those Epicurean cheese-eaters who think that no cheese is fit to eat until you can't. Another thing worthy of mention in connection with this California school of cookery is that you can pay as little as you please for your dinner or as much as you please. There are 3 standbys of the Exchange editor that may be counted upon to appear in the newspapers about once in so often. One is the hoary-headed and toothless tale regarding the artist who was hired to renovate religious paintings in a church in Brussels, and turned in an itemized account including such entries as, correcting the 10 Commandments, restoring the lost souls, renewing heaven, and winding up with doing several odd jobs for the damned. The second of the set comes out of retirement at frequent intervals, whenever some trusting soul runs across a time-stained number of the Ulster Gazette giving details of the death of George Washington. I wonder how many million copies of that venerable counterfeit were printed, and writes into his home editor about it. And the third, the most popular clipping of the 3, concerns the prices that used to govern at the mining camps in the days of the early gold rush. The story that is most commonly quoted has to do with the menu of the El Dorado Hotel, at Placerville, where bean soup was $1 a plate, hash, low grade, 75 cents, hash, 18 carat, $1. And so on down the list to 75 cents for 2 Irish potatoes, peeled. The cost of living may have gone down subsequently in those parts, but it has gone back up again, at certain favored spots. If the Argonauts, those hardy adventurers who flung their gold round so regardlessly and were not satisfied unless they paid outrageously big prices for everything, could come back today, they would have no cause to complain at the contemptible paucity of the bill after they had dined at any one of half a dozen ultra-expensive hotels that are to be found dotted along the coast. I append herewith a few items selected at random from the price card of a fashionable establishment in one of the larger coast cities. Caviar Imperial Deerstrachen, $2 for a double portion. Buffet Russ, whatever that is, 90 cents. German asparagus, a single helping, $1.40. Blue Point oysters, 50 cents, 50 cents for clams. Gorgonzola cheese, 50 cents a portion, and, in a land where peaches and figs grow anywhere and everywhere, 75 cents for an order of branded peaches and 50 cents for an order of spiced figs. Even seasoned New Yorkers have been known to breathe hard on receiving a check for a full meal at certain restaurants in Los Angeles and San Francisco. On the other hand, you can step round any corner in San Francisco and walk into that institution which people in other large cities are forever seeking and never finding. A table d'hôte restaurant where a perfect meal is to be had at a most moderate price. The best Italian restaurant in the world, and I wish to say, after personal experience, that sunny Italy itself is not bad, is a little place on the fringe of the Barbary coast. There is another place not far away where, for $1, you get a bottle of good domestic wine and a selection from the following range of dishes: celery, ripe olives, green olives, radishes, onions, lettuce, sliced tomatoes, combination salad or crab meat salad, soup, onion or consomme, fish, sole, salmon, bass, sand dabs, mussels or clams, entrees, sweetbreads with mushrooms, curry of lamb, calf's tongue, tripe with peppers, tagliatelle all'italienne, or boiled kidney with bacon, vegetables. Asparagus, string beans and cauliflower, roast, spring lamb with green peas, broiled chicken or broiled pig's feet, dessert, rhubarb pie, ice cream and cake, apple sauce, stewed fruits, baked pear or baked apple, mixed fruits, cheese of 3 varieties, and coffee to wind up on. The proprietor doesn't cut out his portions with a pair of buttonhole scissors, either, or sauce them with a medicine dropper full of gravy. He gives a big, full, satisfying helping, well cooked and well served. There is some romance in the San Francisco cooking, too, if the old-timers who bemoan the old days only realized it. If this seeming officiousness on the part of a passing wayfarer may be excused, there is one more suggestion I should like to throw off for the benefit of the promoters of the exposition. Living somewhere in California is a man who should be looked up before the gates are opened, and he should be retained at a salary and staked out in suitable quarters as a special and added attraction. He is the most magnificent fish liar in the known world. I do not know his name. He was so busy pouring fish stories down a party of us that he didn't take time to stop and tell his name, but no great difficulty should be experienced in finding him. There is only one of him alive. These world's wonders never occur in pairs. That would cheapen them and make them commonplace. He swam into our ken, if a mixed metaphor may be pardoned, on a train leaving Oakland for the east. We were sitting in the club car, 6 or so of us, when he drifted along. At first look no one would have suspected him of being so gifted a creature as he proved himself to be. He was a round, short, tub-shaped man, with a button nose, and a double chin that ran all the way round and lapped over at the back. But, though his appearance was deceiving, anybody could tell with half an eye that he excelled in extemporaneous conversation. Right off he began shadowboxing and sparring about, waiting for an opening. In a minute he got it. The tall man with the long face and the stiff white pompadour, who looked like a patent toothbrush, gave him his chance. The tall man happened to look out of the car window and see in an inlet a fleet of beached fishing boats, and he remarked on their picturesqueness. That was the cue. Speaking of fishing, said the button-nosed man, I'll tell you people something that'll maybe interest you. You may not believe it, either, me being a stranger to you, but it's the gospel truth or I wouldn't be sitting here telling it. I reckon I've done more fishing in my day and more different kinds of fishing than any man alive. I come originally from a prime fishing state, Michigan, and I've lived in Colorado and Montana and Oregon and all the other good fishing states out west. But, take it from me, friends, California is the best fishing state there is. Yes, sir, when it comes to fishing, old California lays it over 'em all. She takes the rag right off the bush. I'm the one that ought to know because I've fished her from end to end and crossways, sea fishing, creek fishing, lake fishing and all. Down at Catalina they'll tell you, if you ask 'em, that I'm the man that catched the biggest tuna that ever come out of that ocean. It took me 14 hours and 45 minutes to land him, and during that time he towed me and an 18-foot boat, and the fellow I had along for boatman, over 44 miles, I measured it afterward to be sure, and the friction of the reel spinning round wore my line down till it wasn't no thicker in places than a cobweb. But tunas ain't my regular specialty, trouts and basses are my special favorites, and up in the mountains is where I mostly do my fishing. I'm just sort of hanging round now waiting for the snow to move out so's I can go up there and start fishing. Well, sirs, it's funny, ain't it, the way luck will run fishing. Once when I was living up there I fished steady, day in and day out, for 2 seasons and never got a bite that you could rightly call a bite. And then all of a sudden one afternoon the luck switched and in exactly 45 minutes by the watch, by this here very watch I'm carrying now in my pocket, I catched 72 of them big old black basses out of one hole, and they averaged 5 pounds apiece. We looked at one another silently. A total of 72 5-pound bass in 3/4 of an hour seemed a little too much to be taken as a first dose from a strange practitioner. And it was hard to believe they had all been basses. If only for the sake of variety there should have been at least one baritone. We felt that we needed time for reflection and digestion. Evidently realizing this, one of our number undertook to throw himself into the breach. As I recollect, this volunteer was the fat coffin drummer from Des Moines who had the round, smooth face and the round, bald head, and wore the fuzzy green hat with the bow at the back. I think he wore the bow there purposely. It simplified matters so when you were trying to decide which side of his head his face grew on. He heaved a pensive sigh out of his system and remarked upon the clearness of the air in these parts. "You're right there, Mr. Broke in the button-nosed man," snapping him up instantly. "The air is tolerable clear here today. But you oughter to see the air up in the mountains. Why, it's so clear up there it would make this here hill country air look like a fog. I remember once I was browsing along a cliff up in that country, toting my fish pole, and I happened to look over the bluff, just so, and down below I saw a hole in the creek that was just crawling with them big trouts. Steelhead trouts and rainbow trouts. I could see the spots on their sides and their fins waving, and their gills working up and down. I figured out that it was fully 100 feet down to the water and the water would naturally be tolerable deep, so I let all my line run off the reel, 160 feet of it, and I fished and fished and fished, and didn't get a strike, let alone a nibble. Yet I could look over and see all these hungry trouts down below looking up with expectant looks in their eyes. I could see their eyes, and jumping round regardless, and yet not a bite. So I changed bait, changed from live bait to dead bait, and back again to live, and still there wasn't nothing doing. So I says to myself, something's wrong, sure. This thing'll stand looking into. It's a great thing out there to be a native son. It's a great thing out there to be a native son. So I snoops round and finds a place where there's a sort of a sloping place in the bluff, and I braces my pole in a rock and leaves it there, and I climbs down, and then I sees what's the matter. It was that there clear air that had fooled me. It was 300 feet if it was an inch down from the top of that there bluff to the creek, and the hole was fully 100 feet deep, maybe more, and away down at the plumb bottom all them trouts was congregated in a circle like, looking up mighty greedy and longing at my bait, which was a live frog, dangling 240 odd feet up in the air. But, speaking of clear air, that wasn't nothing at all compared to some other things I could tell you about. Another time, at this point I rose and escaped to the diner. When I got back at the end of an hour, the other survivors told me that, up to the time he got off at Sacramento, the button-nosed man had been getting better and better all the time. He certainly ought to be rounded up and put on exhibition at the fair to show those puny and feeble eastern fish liars what the incomparable western climate can produce. I almost forgot to mention San Francisco's chief product, native sons. A native son is one who has acquired special merit by being born in the state. You would think credit would be given to the subject's parents, where it belongs, but, no, that is not the California way. It's a great thing out there to be a native son. It counts in politics, and in society, and at the clubs. And, after that, the next best thing is to be a Southerner, either by birth or descent. People who have Southern blood in their veins are very proud of it and can join a club on the strength of it, and some of them do a lot of talking about it. The definition is rather elastic. Anybody whose ancestors worked on the Southern Pacific is eligible, I think. Of course, there are a lot of real Southerners, but there are a whole lot more who, so it seemed to me, are giving remarkably realistic imitations of the type known in New York as the professional Southerner. San Francisco excels in Southerners, the regular kind and the self-made kind both. I was out there too early in the year to meet the justly celebrated San Francisco Flea. He's a native son, too, but there isn't so much bragging being done on his account. Looking for low P173. Looking for low if it is your desire to observe the Red Indian of the Plains engaged in his tribal sports and pastimes. Wait for the Wild West show. There is sure to be one coming to your town before the season is over. Or if you are bloodthirsty by nature and yearn to see him prancing round upon the warpath, destroying the hated paleface and strewing the soil with his shredded fragments, restrain your longings until next fall and then arrange to take in the football game between Carlisle and Princeton. But, whatever you do, do not go journeying into the far west in the hope of finding him in great number upon his native heath, for the chances are that you won't find him there in great number, and if you do he will probably be a considerable disappointment to you, because, unless he is paid for it, the Red Brother absolutely declines to be picturesque. I am reliably informed that he is still reasonably numerous in Oklahoma, in North and South Dakota, and in Montana and Washington, but my itinerary did not include those states. I did not see a live Indian, that is to say, a live Indian recognizable as such, in Nevada or in Colorado or in Utah, or in a 4-hour run across one corner of Wyoming. In upward of 1,000 miles of travel through California I saw just one Indian, a bronze youth of perhaps 20 summers and, I should say, possibly half that many baths. He was wearing the scenario of a pair of overalls and a straw hat in an advanced state of decrepitude, and he was working in a truck patch. If a native had not told me what he was I would have passed him by for a sunburnt hired hand. I saw a few Indians in New Mexico and a few more in Arizona, but not a great many at that, and these, as I found out later, were mainly engaged to linger in the vicinity of stations and hotels along the line for the purpose of adding a touch of color to the surroundings and incidentally selling souvenirs to the tourists. Mind you, I'm not saying there are not plenty of Indians in those states, but they mostly stay on their reservations, and the reservations unfortunately are not, as a rule, near the railroad stations. A traveler going through the average small southern town sees practically the entire strength of the colored citizenry gathered at the depot and jumps at the conclusion that the population is from 90 to 95% black. In the West he sees maybe one little Indian settlement in a stretch of 500 or 600 miles, and he figures that the Indian is practically an extinct species. Of course, though, he is not extinct. In these piping commercial days of acute competition he has no time to be gallivanting down to the depot every time a through train rolls in, especially as the depot is frequently 80 or 90 miles distant from his domicile. He is closely confined at home turning out souvenirs. It is a pity, too, that he cannot spare more of his time for this simple and inexpensive pleasure. In 1 week's study of the passing tourist breed he could see enough funny sights and hear enough funny things, unintentionally funny things, to keep his family entertained on many a long winter's evening as they sit peacefully in the wigwam making knick-knacks for the Eastern trade. Each Navajo squaw weaves on an average 9,000 blankets a year. Each Navajo squaw weaves on an average 9,000 blankets a year. No, siree. Those southwestern tribes are far from being extinct, especially the Navajos. You can, in a way, approximate the tribal strength of the Navajos by the number of Navajo blankets you see. From Colorado to the coast the Navajo blanket carpets the earth. I'll bet any amount within reason that in 6 weeks' time I saw 10 million Navajo blankets if I saw one. As for other things, bows and arrows, for example, well, I do not wish to exaggerate, but had I bought all the wooden bows and arrows that were offered to me I could take them and build a rustic footbridge across the Delaware River at Trenton, with a neat handrail all the way over. Taking the figures of the last census as a working basis I calculate that each Navajo squaw weaves, on an average, 9,000 blankets a year, and while she is so engaged her husband, the metal worker of the establishment, is producing a couple of tons of silver bracelets set with turquoises. For prolixity of output I know of no female in the entire animal kingdom that can compare with the Navajo squaw, unless it is the Lady Potomac shad. Right here I wish to claim one proud distinction. I went from the Atlantic to the Pacific and back again, and I did not buy a single blanket. Since the return of the Lewis and Clark expedition, I am probably the only white person who has ever done this. Goodness knows the call was strong enough and the opportunities abundant enough. Blankets were available for my inspection at every railroad station, at every hotel, and at every one of 200,000 souvenir stores that I encountered, but I was under orders from headquarters. As we were bidding farewell to our family before starting west, our wife said to us in firm, decided accents, "I have already picked out a place where we can hide the Cheyenne war bonnet. We can get rid of the moccasins and the stone hatchets and the beadwork breastplates by storing them in a trunk up in the attic. But do not bring a Navajo blanket back to this already crowded establishment." So we restrained ourselves. But it was a hard struggle and took a heroic effort. I recall one blanket, done in gray and black and red and white, and decorated with the figures of the thunderbird and the swastika, the rising sun and the jigsaw, and other Indian signs, symbols and emblems. It was with the utmost difficulty that I wrenched myself away from the vicinity of this treasure. And then, when I got back home, feeling proud as punch over having withstood temptation in all its forms, almost the first words I heard, spoken in tones of deep disappointment, were these, "Well, why didn't you bring a Navajo blanket for the den? You know we've always wanted one." Wasn't that just like a woman? Though I refrained from seeking bargains in the blankets of the Aborigine, I sought diligently enough for the Aborigine himself. I had my first glimpse of him in northern New Mexico just after we had come down out of Colorado. Accompanied by his lady, he was languidly reposing on the platform in front of a depot, with his wares tastefully arranged at his feet. As a concession to the acquired ideals of the Eastern visitor, he had a red sofa tidy draped round his shoulders, and there was a tired-looking hen feather caught negligently in his back hair, and his squaw displayed ornamented leggings below the hems of her simple calico walking skirt. But these adornments, I gathered, constituted the calling costume, so to speak. When at home in his village, the universal garment of the Pueblo male is the black sateen shirt of commerce. He puts it on and wears it until it is taken up by absorption, and then it is time to put on another. These shirts do not require washing, but, among the best Pueblo families, I understand it is customary, once in so often, to have them searched. And thus is the wildlife of the West kept down. Farther along the line, in Arizona, we met the Hopi and the Navajo, delegations from both of these tribes having been imported from the reservations to give an added touch of picturesqueness to the principal hotel of the Grand Canyon. The Hopi, who excels at snake dancing and pottery work, is a mannerly little chap, and his daughter, with her hair done up in elaborate whirl effects in fancied imitation of the squash blossom, the squash being the Hopi emblem of purity, is a decidedly attractive feature of the landscape. The Hopi women are industrious little bodies, clever at basket weaving, and the men work, too, when not engaged in attending lodge, for the Hopis are the ritualists of the Southwest, and every Hopi is a confirmed joiner. Their secret societies exist today, uncorrupted and unchanged, just as they have survived for hundreds and perhaps thousands of years. In the Hopi house at Grand Canyon there is a reproduction of a kiva or underground temple. It isn't underground, it is located upstairs, but in all other regards it is supposed to conform exactly to one of the real ceremonial chambers of the Hopis. The dried mud walls are covered thickly with symbolic devices, painted on, and there is an altar tricked out with totems of the Pauyamu clan, one of the biggest of these societies. Just in front of the altar, with its wooden figures of the war god, the god of growing things, and the god of thunder, is a sand painting set in the floor like a mosaic. When one of the clans is getting ready for a service, the official high priest or medicine man of that particular clan sprinkles clean brown sand upon the flat earth before the altar, and upon this foundation, by trickling between his thumb and forefinger tiny streams of sands of other colors, he makes the mystic figures that he worships. After the rites are over, he obliterates the design with his hand, leaving the space bare for the next clan. In the Hopi house at Grand Canyon a sand painting sacred to the Antelope clan is preserved under glass for the benefit of visitors. The manager of the establishment, a Mr. Smith, who has spent most of his life among the tribes of Arizona, told us a story about this. 2 years ago this summer, a party of mystic Shriners on an excursion visited the canyon. Mr. Smith chaperoned one group of them on their tour through the Hopi house. In the sand painting of the kiva they seemed to find something that particularly interested them. They put their heads together, talking in undertones and pointing, so Smith said, first at one design and then at another. An old Hopi buck, a priest of the Antelope clan, was lounging in the low doorway watching them. What the Shriners said to one another could have had no significance for him, even admitting that he heard them, for he did not understand a word of English. But suddenly he reached forth a withered hand and plucked Smith by the sleeve. I am letting Smith tell the rest of the tale just as he told it to us. The Hopi pointed to one of the Shriners, an elderly man who came, I think, from somewhere in Illinois, and in his own tongue he said to me, "That man with the white hair is a Hopi, and he is a member of my clan." I said to him, "You speak foolishness. That man comes from the east and never until today saw a Hopi in his whole life." The medicine man showed more excitement than I ever saw an Indian show. "You are lying to me," he said. "That white-haired man is a Hopi, or else his people long ago were Hopis." I laughed at him and that ruffled his dignity and he turned away, and I couldn't get another word out of him. As the Shriners were passing out I halted the white-haired man and said to him, "The Hopi medicine man insists that you are a Hopi and that you know something about his clan." "Well," he said, "I'm no Hopi, but I think I do know something about some of the things he seems to revere." "Where is this medicine man?" I pointed to where the old Indian was squatted in a corner, sulking. He walked right over to him and motioned to him, and the Hopi got up and they went into the kiva together. I do not know what passed between them, certainly no words passed, but in about 10 minutes the Shriner came out, and he had a puzzled look on his face. "I've just had the most wonderful experience," he said to me, "that I've ever had in my whole life. Of course that Indian isn't a Mason, but in a corrupted form he knows something about Masonry, and where he learned it I can't guess. Why, there are lodges in this country where I actually believe he could work his way in. Not being either a Mason or a Hopi, I cannot undertake to vouch for the story or to contradict it, but Smith has the reputation of being a truthful man. The Navajos are the aristocrats of the southwestern country. They are dignified, cleanly in their personal habits, and orderly, and they are wonderful artisans. In addition to being wonderful weavers and excellent silversmiths, they shine at agriculture and at stock raising and sheep raising. They are born horse traders, too, and at driving a bargain it is said a buck Navajo can spot a Scotchman 5 balls any time and beat him out, but they have the name of being absolutely honest and absolutely truthful. This same Mr. Smith, who has lived several years on the Navajo reservation and who is an adopted member of the tribe, took several of us to pay a formal call upon a Navajo subchief, who spends the tourist season at the Grand Canyon. The old chap, long-haired and the color of a prime smoke-cured ham, received us with perfect courtesy into his winter residence, the same being a circular hut contrived by overlapping timbers together in a kind of basket design and then coating the logs inside and out with adobe clay. The place was clean and free from all unpleasant odors. In the middle of the floor a fire burned, the smoke escaping through a hole in the roof. At one side was the primitive forge, where the head of the house worked in metals, and against the far wall his squaw was hunkered down, weaving a blanket on her wooden loom. A couple of his young offspring were playing about, dressed simply in their little negligee strings. The mud walls were hung with completed blankets. Long, stringy strips of dried beef and mutton, the national dishes of the tribe, were dangling from crosspieces overhead, and on a rug upon the earthen floor lay a glittering pile of bracelets and brooches that had been made by the old man out of Mexican dollars. When we came away, after spending 15 minutes or so as their guests, the whole family came with us, but the old man tarried a minute to fasten a small brass padlock through a hasp upon his wattled wooden door. Up on the reservation, away from the railroads and the towns, there are no locks upon the doors, Smith said. Why is that? I asked. Smith grinned. I'll tell the old man what you said and let him answer. He clucked in guttural monosyllables to the chief, and the chief clucked back briefly, meanwhile eyeing me with a whimsical squint out of his puckered old eyes. And then Smith translated, "Why should we lock our doors in the place where we live? There are no white men there." I will confess that as a representative of the dominant Caucasian stock I had, for the moment, no apt reply ready. Later I thought of a very fitting retort, which undoubtedly would have flattened that impertinent Indian as flat as a flounder. Unfortunately, though, it only came to me after several days of study, and by that time I was upward of 1,000 miles away from him. but I am saving it to use on him the next time I go back to the Grand Canyon. No mere Indian can slander our race, even if he is telling the truth, not while I'm around. Down in Southern California I rather figured on finding a large swarm of mission Indians clustering about every mission, but, alas, they weren't there, either. We saw a few worshippers and plenty of tourists, but no Indians, at least, I didn't see any personally. There is something wonderfully impressive about a first trip to any one of those old grey churches. Everything about it is eloquent with memories of that older civilization which this western country knew long before the Celt and the Anglo-Saxon breeds came over the divide and down the Pacific slope, filled with their lust for gold and lands, craving ever more power and more territory over which to float the stars and stripes. The vanished day of the Spaniard now lives only within the walls of the early missions, but it invests them with that added veneration which attaches to whatever is old and traditional and historic. We haven't a great deal that is very old in our own country. Maybe that explains why we fuss over it so when we come across it in Europe. As she leveled the lens, a yell went up from somewhere. As she leveled the lens, a yell went up from somewhere. There is one mission which in itself, it seemed to me, is almost worth a trip clear across the continent to see, the one at Santa Barbara. It is up the side of a gentle foothill, with the mountains of the Coast Range behind it. Down below, the roofs and spires of a brisk little city show through green clumpage, and still farther beyond the blue waters of the Pacific may be seen. Parts of this mission are comparatively new. There are retouchings and restorations that date back only 60 or 70 years. But most of it speaks to you of an earlier century than this and an earlier race than the one that now peoples the land. You pass through walls of solid masonry that are 16 feet thick and pierced by narrow passages. You climb winding stairs to a squat tower where sundry cracked brazen bells, the gifts of Spanish gentlemen who died 100 years ago perhaps, swing by withes of ancient rawhide from great, worm-gnawed, hand-driven beams. You walk through the mission burying ground, past crumbly old family vaults with half-obliterated names and titles and dates upon their oven-like fronts, and you wander at will among the sunken individual graves under the palms and pepper trees. Most convincing of all to me were the stone-flagged steps at the door of the church itself, for they are all worn down like the teeth of an old horse. In places they are almost worn into. Better than any guidebook patter of facts and figures, better than the bells and the graves and the handmade beams, these steps convey to the mind a sense of age. You stand and look at them, and you see there the tally of vanished generations, the heavy boot of the conquistador, the sandaled foot of the old padre, the high heel of a dainty Spanish-born lady, the bare, horny soul of the Indian convert, each of them taking its tiny toll out of stone and mortar, each of them wearing away its infinitesimal might, until through years and years the firm stone was scored away and channeled out and left at it is now, with curves in it and deep hollows. Given a dime's worth of imagination to start on, almost anyone could people that spot with the dead and gone figures of that shadowy past, could forget the trolley cars curving right up to the walls, the electric lights strung in globular festoons along the ancient ceilings of the porticos, the roofs of the new, shiny modern bungalows dotting the gentle slopes below, could forget even that the brown-cowled, rope-girthed father who served as guide spoke with a strong German accent, could almost forgive the impious driver of the rig that brought one here for referring to this place as the Mish. But be sure there would be one thing to bring you hurtling back again to earth, no matter how far aloft your fancy soared, and that would be the ever-present souvenir-collecting tourist, to whom no shrine is holy and no memory is sacred. There is no charge for admission to the mission. All comers, regardless of breed or creed, are welcomed, and on constant duty is a gentle-voiced priest, ready to lead the way to the inner rooms where priceless relics of the day when the Spaniards first came to California are displayed, and into the church itself, with its candles burning before the high altar and the quaint old holy pictures ranged thick upon the walls, and through the burying ground, and to all the rest of it, and for this service there is nothing to pay. On departing, the visitor, if he chooses, may leave a coin behind, but he doesn't have to, it isn't compulsory. There is a kind of traveler who repays this hospitality by defiling the walls with his inconsequential name, scratched in or scrawled on, and by toting away as a souvenir whatever portable object he can confiscate when nobody is looking. Up in the bell tower the masonry is all defaced and pocked where these vandals have dug at it with pocket-knives, and as we were coming away, one of them, a typical specimen, showed me with deep pride half of a brick pouched in his coat pocket. It seemed that while the priest's back was turned he had pried it loose from the frilled ornamentation of a vault in the burying ground at the cost only of his self-respect, admitting that he had any of that commodity in stock, and a broken thumbnail. It was, indeed, a priceless treasure and he valued it accordingly. And yet, at a distance of 10 feet in an ordinary light, no one not in the secret could have said offhand whether that half-brick came out of a mission tomb in California or a smokehouse in Arkansas. We didn't see any Indians when we ran down into Mexico. However, we only ran into Mexico for a distance of 1.5 miles below the California state boundary, and maybe that had something to do with it. By automobile we rode from San Diego over to the town of Tijuana, signifying, in our tongue, Aunt Jane. Ramona, heroine of Helen Hunt Jackson's famous novel, had an aunt called Jane. I guess they had a grudge against the lady, they named this town after her. Selling souvenirs to tourists, who come daily on sightseeing coaches from Coronado Beach and San Diego, is the principal pastime of the natives of Tijuana. Weekdays they do this, and sometimes on a Sunday afternoon they have a bullfight in their little bullring. On such an occasion the bullfighting outfit is specially imported from one of the larger towns farther inland. Sometimes the whole troupe comes from Juarez and puts on a regular metropolitan production, with the original all-star cast. There is the gallant performer known as the Armadillo, who teases the bull to desperation by waving a red shawl at him, the no less daring Parabola, sticking little barbed boleros in the bull's withers, and, last of all, the intrepid Mantilla, who calmly meets the final rush of the infuriated beast and, with one unerring thrust of his trusty sword, delivers the porte-coche, or fatal stroke, just behind the left shoulder blade, while all about the assembled peons and pianolas rend the ambient air with their delighted cry, hoi polloi! Hoi polloi! Dolce far niente! Isn't it remarkable how readily the seasoned tourist masters the difficulties of a foreign language? Before I had been in Mexico an hour I had picked up the intricate phraseology of the bullfight, and I was glad afterward that I took the trouble to get it all down in my mind correctly, because such knowledge always comes in handy. You can use it with effect in company, it stamps you as a person of culture and travel, and it impresses other people. But then I always could pick up foreign languages easily. I do not wish to boast, but with me it amounts to a positive gift. It was a weekday when we visited Tijuana, and so there was no bullfight going on. In fact, there didn't seem to be much of anything going on. Once in a while a spigotty lady would pass, closely followed by a couple of little spigots, and occasionally the postmaster would wake up long enough to accept a sheaf of postcards from a tourist and then go right back to sleep again. We had sampled the tamales of the country, finding them only slightly inferior to the same article as sold in Kansas City, Kansas, and we had drifted, 3 of us, into a Mexican cafe. It was about 10 feet square and was hung with chromos furnished by generous Milwaukee brewers and other decorations familiar to all who have ever visited a crossroads barroom on our own side of the line. Bottled beer appeared to be the one best bet in the drinking line, and the safest one, too, but somehow I hated, over here upon the soil of another country, to be calling for the domestic brews of our own St. Louis. Personally I desired to conform my thirst to the customs of the country, only I didn't know what to ask for. I had learned the bullfighting language, but I hadn't progressed very far beyond that point. While I was deliberating, a Mexican came in and said something in Spanish to the barkeeper, and the barkeeper got a bottle of a clear, almost colorless fluid out from under the counter and poured him a sherry glass full of it. So then, by means of a gesture that is universal and is understood in all climes, I indicated to the barkeeper that I would take a little of the same. The moment, though, that I had swallowed it I realized I had been too hasty. It was mezcal, an explosive in liquid form that is brewed or stilled or steeped, or something, from the juices of a certain variety of cactus, according to a favorite family prescription used by Old Nick several centuries ago when he was residing in this section. For its size and complexion I know of nothing that is worthy to be mentioned in the same breath with mezcal, unless it is the bald-faced hornet of the sunny south. It goes down easily enough, that is not the trouble, but as soon as it gets down you have the sensation of having swallowed a comet. As I said before, I didn't see any Indians in Old Mexico. But if I had taken one more swig of the national beverage I am satisfied that not only would I have seen a great number of them, but, with slight encouragement, might have been one myself. For the purpose of assuaging the human thirst I would say that it is a mistake on the part of a novice to drink mezcal. He should begin by swallowing a lighted kerosene lamp for practice and work up gradually, but the experience was illuminating as tending to make me understand why the Mexicans are so prone to revolutions. A Mexican takes a drink of mezcal before breakfast, on an empty stomach, and then he begins to revolute round regardless. On leaving Tijuana we stopped to view the fort, which was the principal attraction of the place. It was located in the outskirts just back of the cluster of adobe houses and frame shacks that made up the town. The fort proper consisted of a mud wall about 3 feet high, enclosing perhaps half an acre of bare clay soil. Outside the wall was a moat, upward of a foot deep, and inside was a barrack. This barrack, I avoid using the plural purposely, was a wooden shanty that had been whitewashed once, but had practically recovered from it since, and its walls were pierced, for artillery fire, no doubt, with 2 windows, to the frames of which a few fragments of broken glass still adhered. Overhead the flag of the Republic was flying, and every half-minute, so it seemed to us, a drum would beat and a bugle would blow and the garrison would turn out, looking, except for their guns, very much like a squad of district telegraph messengers. They would evolute across the parade ground a bit and then retire to quarters until the next call to arms should sound. We could not get close enough to ascertain what all the excitement was about, because they would not let us. We were not allowed to venture within 50 yards of the outer breastworks, or kneeworks, and even then, so the village authorities warned us, we must keep moving. A woman camera fiend from Coronado was along, and she unlimbered her favorite instrument with the idea of taking a few snapshots of this martial scene. As she leveled the lens, a yell went up from somewhere, and out of the barrack and over the wall came skipping a little officer, leaving a trail of inflammatory Spanish behind him in a way to remind you of the fireman cleaning out the firebox of the Through Limited. He was not much over 5 feet tall and his shabby little uniform needed the attention of the dry cleanser, but he carried a sword and 2 pistols, and wore a brass gorget at his throat, a pair of huge epaulets and a belt, and he had gold braid and brass buttons spangled all over his sleeves and the front of his coat, and a pair of jingling spurs were upon his heels. There was a long feather in his cap, too, and altogether, for his size, he was most impressive to behold. He charged right up to the abashed camera lady and, through an interpreter, explained to her that it was strictly against the rules to permit a citizen of a foreign power to make any pictures of the fortifications whatsoever. He appeared to nurse a horrid fear that the secret of the fortifications might become known above the line, and that someday, armed with this information, the Boy Scouts or a young ladies' high school might swoop down and capture the whole works. He explained to the lady that, much as he regretted it, if she persisted in her suspicious and spy-like conduct, he would have to smash her camera for her. So she desisted. The little officer and his merry men had ample reason for being a mite nervous just then. Their country was in the midst of its spring revolution. The Madro family had just been thinned out pretty extensively, and it was not certain yet whether the Diaz faction or the Hitar faction, or some other faction, would come out on top. Besides, these gallant guardians of the frontier were a long way from headquarters and in no position to figure out in advance which way the national cat would jump next. All they knew was that she was jumping. As the occupants spilled sprawlingly through the gap, a front tire exploded with a loud report. As the occupants spilled sprawlingly through the gap, a front tire exploded with a loud report. Every morning, so we heard, they were taking a vote to decide whether they would be Federalists that day or Liberalists, or what not, and the vote was invested with a good deal of personal interest, too, because there was no telling when a superior force might arrive from the interior, and if they had happened to vote wrong that day, there was always the prospect of their being backed up against a wall, with nothing to look at except a firing squad and a row of new-made graves. We were told that one morning, about 3 or 4 weeks before the date of our visit, the garrison had been in the barrack casting their usual ballot. They were strong Hittists that morning. It was Viva Hitta all the way. Just about the time the vote was being announced, a couple of visiting Americans in an automobile came down the road flanking the fort. There had been a rain and the road was slippery with red mud. As the driver took the turn at the corner, his wheels began skidding and he lost control. The car skewed off at a tangent, hurdled the moat, and tore a hole in the mud wall, and, as the occupants spilled sprawlingly through the gap, a front tire exploded with a loud report. The garrison took just one look out the front door, jumped to the conclusion that the villa crowd had arrived and were shooting automobiles at them, and unanimously adjourned by the back way into the woods. Some of them did not get back until the shades of night had descended upon the troubled land. Such is military life in our sister republic in times of war, and yet they sometimes have a very realistic imitation of the real thing over there. Revolution before last, there were 2 separate engagements in this little town of Tijuana. A lot of belligerents were killed and a good many more were wounded. In an iron letterbox in front of the post office we saw a round hole where a steel-jacketed bullet had passed through after first passing through a prominent citizen. We did not see this citizen. It became necessary to bury him shortly after the occurrence referred to. In vain I sought the Red Brother on my saunterings through California. In San Francisco I once thought I had him treed. On Pacific Street, a block ahead of me, I saw a group of pedestrians, wrapped in loose flowing garments of many colors. Even at that distance I could make out that they were dark-skinned and had long black hair. I said to myself, it is probable that these persons are connected with Dr. Somebody's medicine show, but I don't care if they are. They are Indians, more Indians than I have seen in one crowd at one time since Buffalo Bill was at Madison Square Garden last spring. I shall look them over. So I ran and caught up with them, but they were not Indians. They were genuine Egyptian acrobats, connected with a traveling carnival company. When Moses transmitted the divine command to the children of Israel that they should spoil the Egyptians, the children of Israel certainly did a mighty thorough job of it. That was several thousand years ago, and those Egyptians I saw were still spoiled. I noticed it as soon as I got close to them. In Salt Lake City I saw half a dozen Indians, but in a preserved form only. They were on display in a museum devoted to relics of the early days. In my opinion, Indians do not make very good preserves, especially when they have been in stock a long time and have become soap-worn, as was the case with these goods. Personally, I would not care to invest. Besides, there was no telling how old they were. They had been dug out, mummified, from the cliff dwellers' ruins in the southern part of the state, along with their household goods, their domestic utensils, their weapons of war and their ornaments, and there they were laid out in glass cases for modern eyes to see. There were plenty of other interesting exhibits in this museum, including several of Brigham Young's suits of clothes. For a man busied with statecraft and military affairs and domestic matters, Brigham Young must have changed clothes pretty often. I couldn't keep from wondering how a man with a family like his was found the time for it. To my mind, the most interesting relic in the whole collection was the spry octogenarian who acted as guide and showed us through the place, for he was one of the few living links between the Old West and the New. As a boy convert to Mormonism, he came across the desert with the second expedition that fled westward from Gentile persecution after Brigham Young had blazed the trail. He was a Pony Express rider in the days of the overland mail service. He was also an Indian fighter. One of the trophies he showed was a scalp of his own raising, practically, he having been present when it was raised by a friendly Indian scout from the head of the hostile who originally owned it, and he had lived in Salt Lake City when it was a collection of log shanties within the walls of a wooden stockade. And now here he was, a man away up in his 80s, but still brisk and bright, piloting tourists about the upper floor of a modern skyscraper. We visited the museum after we had inspected the Mormon tabernacle and had looked at the Mormon temple, from the outside, and had seen the beehive and the lion house and the eagle gate and the painfully ornate mansion where Brigham Young kept his favorite wife, Amelia. The tabernacle is famous the world over for its choir, its organ and its acoustics, particularly its acoustics. The guide, who is a Mormon elder detailed for that purpose, escorts you into the balcony, away up under the domed wooden roof, and as you wait there, listening, another elder, standing upon a platform 200 feet away, drops an ordinary pin upon the floor, and you can distinctly hear it fall. At first you are puzzled to decide exactly what it sounds like, but after a while the correct solution comes to you. It sounds exactly like a pin falling. Next to the Whispering Gallery in the Capitol at Washington, I don't know of a worse place to tell your secrets to a friend than the Mormon Tabernacle. You might as well tell them to a woman and be done with it. In Salt Lake City I had rather counted upon seeing a Mormon out walking with 3 or 4 of his wives, all at one time. I felt that this would be a distinct novelty to a person from New York, where the only show one enjoys along this line is the sight of a chap walking with 3 or 4 other men's wives, one at a time. But here, as in my quest for the Indian, I was disappointed some more. Once I thought I was about to score. I was standing in front of the Zirin Cooperative Mercantile Establishment, which is a big department store owned by the church, but having all the latest improvements, including bargain counters and special sales days. Out of the door came an elderly gentleman attired in much broadcloth and many whiskers, and behind him trailed half a dozen soberly dressed women of assorted ages. Filled with hope, I fell in behind the procession and followed it across to the hotel. There I learned the disappointing truth. The broadcloaked person was not a Mormon at all. He was a country bank president from somewhere back east, and the women of his party were Ohio school teachers. Anywhere except in Utah I doubt if he could have fooled me, either, for he had the kind of whiskers that go with the banking profession. For some reason whiskers are associated with the practice of banking all over this country, hallowed by custom. They have come to stand for financial responsibility. A New York banker wears those little jib-boom whiskers on the sides of his head and sometimes a pennon on his chin, whereas a country banker usually has a full-rigged face. This man's whiskers were of the old square barkentine cut. I should have known who he was by his sailing gear. And so, disappointed in my dreams of seeing Indians on the hoof and Mormon households taking the air in family groups, I left Salt Lake City, with its fine wide streets and its handsome business district and its pure air and its background of snow-topped mountains, and started on the long homebound hike. It was late in the afternoon. We had quit Utah, with its flat plains, its garden spots reclaimed from the desert, and its endless succession of trim red brick farmhouses, which seemed to be the universal dwelling places of the prosperous Mormon farmer. We had departed from the old trail that Mark Twain crawled over in a stagecoach and afterward wrote about in his immortal Roughing It. The Limited, traveling 40-odd miles an hour, was skipping through the lower part of Wyoming before turning southward into Colorado. We were in the midst of an expanse of desolation and emptiness, 15 miles from anywhere, and I was sitting on the observation platform of the rear car, watching how the shafts of the setting sun made the colors shift and deepen in the canyons and upon the sides of the tall red mesas, when I became aware that the train was slowing down. Through the car came the conductor, with a happy expression upon his face. Behind him was a pleased-looking flagman leading by the arm a ragged tramp who had been caught, up forward somewhere, stealing a free ride. The tramp was not resisting exactly, but at every step he said, "You can't put me off the train between stations. It's the law that you can't put me off the train between stations." Neither the conductor nor the flagman said a word in answer. As the conductor reached up and jerked the bell cord, the tramp, in the tone and manner of one who advances an absolutely unanswerable argument, said, "You know, don't you, you can't put me off the train between stations." The train halted. The conductor unfastened a tailgate in the guardrail, and the flagman dropped his prisoner out through the opening. As the tramp flopped off into space I caught this remark, "You can't put me off the train between stations." The conductor tugged another signal on the bell cord, and the wheels began to turn faster and faster. The tramp picked himself up from between the rails. He brushed some adhering particles of roadbed off himself and, facing us, made a megaphone of his hands and sent a message after our diminishing shapes. By straining my ears I caught his words. He spoke as follows: "You can't put me off the train between stations. In my whole life I never saw a man who was so hard to convince of a thing as that tramp was." Transcriber's note: minor spelling, hyphenation, and punctuation errors have been corrected. Asterisk 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 End of the Project Gutenberg ebook Roughing IT Deluxe asterisk 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 Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund, If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.